Chapter 143, The Cat's Last Meow. King's Landing, 298 AC. Ben-Jen was struggling to adjust to his new life for a multitude of reasons. The place itself was overwhelming, his new role felt foreign, he worried constantly about his nephew, and to complicate matters further, he found himself developing feelings for Val. Initially, he thought it was simply because they were both outsiders in a city like King's Landing, neither accustomed to the grandeur of the Red Keep. But soon, he realized it was Val herself who captivated him. She was irreverent, funny, and fiercely independent. In spirit and personality, she reminded him a little of Lyanna, especially when he watched her fight. True, Lyanna had only engaged in playful sparring, but there was something in Val's movements that stirred memories of his sister. Aside from his feelings for Val, Ben-Jen's mind was troubled by other matters. The sight of Aemon Targaryen had nearly made him flee the room, so shocked was he by the man's youthful appearance. Aemon looked younger than Ben-Jen himself, and the revelation rattled him deeply. To confirm his sanity, he sought out Ser Alliser and Ser Jeremy, hoping they had also seen the former maester. Both men had indeed seen him, yet they too were at a loss for an explanation. However, the greatest shock of all was not his burgeoning feelings for Val or Aemon's unexpected youthfulness. It was the revelation that Brandon had married and fathered a son. If he was honest, he had always suspected that his brother might have a bastard or two out there, but the truth about Cregan was undeniable. That Brandon had married the boy's mother and that Cregan was indeed his legitimate son was a staggering revelation. When Ned told him, Ben-Jen couldn't contain his frustration. "You never told me, Ned. I have another nephew, and you never even thought to mention it," he exclaimed, pacing his room in disbelief. "At the time, it wasn't my secret to tell, and you were at the wall, Ben-Jen." "There was no way I was sending it in a damn raven," Ned replied. "You could have sent for me," Ben-Jen said, his voice rising. "After how many times I did?" "No, on this, I won't be told I was wrong, Ben-Jen. I've made enough mistakes to know when I didn't make one. What use would it have been if you had known earlier? Cregan and Ashera were in the west, and you were at the wall. What good would that knowledge have done you?" "I'd have known, Ned," Ben-Jen said, almost defeated. You would have, but you'd still have been all the way down there while Cregan was all the way up here. I didn't tell you to keep it from you, Ben. At first, it wasn't my secret to tell, and by the time it was, we were already here," Ned explained. In the end, Ben-Jen accepted his brother's words. He wasn't entirely pleased about it, and although his anger had faded, it hadn't completely disappeared. He asked to meet Cregan and Ashera as soon as possible and was surprised by how quickly the invitation arrived. Nervously, he strolled to their rooms and knocked on the door. It opened not by Cregan or Ashera, but by Jaerion Lannister, who, along with his daughter, whom Ben-Jen's nephew was quite fond of, ushered him into the room before leaving them alone. "Ben-Jen, please sit," Ashera said. He looked at her son, and at the black wolf lying on the floor. He smiled when he saw that his nephew had a wolf, just like his other cousins. "Lady Ashera," he said with a nod as he took a seat. "Ashera, Ben-Jen," she replied with a warm smile. "This is my son, your nephew, Cregan." "Uncle," Cregan said, his smile beaming as he looked at Ben-Jen. "It's good to meet you, nephew." "You too, Ashera." "I'm sorry it had to wait so long," Ben-Jen said. Nervously, Ashera replied, "As am I," giving a soft nod. "I would have come to you, uncle, at the wall." "I would have come when I traveled north," Cregan said, glancing at Ben-Jen, who noticed the boy's confusion and perhaps a hint of upset when he didn't respond. "Forgive me, nephew. You look so much like him, your father," Ben-Jen said, watching as Ashera nodded in agreement. "I hear you're to be Lord of Sea Dragon Point." "I am. Uncle Ned made the offer, and I accepted," Cregan said, visibly relaxing. "You don't want Winterfell?" Ben-Jen asked. Cregan shook his head. Winterfell is Rob's uncle, and I wouldn't take it from my cousin. I didn't even want to be a lord, truly. I only wished to be a knight. I once wanted to be a knight too, Ben-Jen said, earning another smile from the boy that reminded him of his brother. Since then, he had shared dinner with Ashera and Cregan once, and with them, Jerian and his daughter Joy another time. He had learned that Joy was more like a sister to Jay than just someone he was fond of. He and Cregan had sparred in the yard, where the boy was far better with a blade than Ben-Jen was. He, Rob, and Arya had spent time together too, laughing as their wolves played in front of them. The Queen had invited him to dine with her one night, where he shared stories of Jay. She appreciated hearing about what had happened when he first came to the wall. Ben-Jen could see how much she missed her husband and how worried she was about him, so he did his utmost to put her at ease. Ned had also thrown a family dinner, with all the Starks, except Bran and Jay, sitting at the same table for the first time in years. Ben-Jen enjoyed the meal immensely, especially watching the children get along so well. For once, their worries about what was to happen to their mother seemed to fade away. Ben-Jen had temporarily set aside his duties as Northern Envoy. He had just met his newest nephew, Little Rickon, and it felt like looking at Jay reborn. He lost track of time playing with the curious babe, completely ignoring the responsibilities waiting for him elsewhere. As much as he valued his duties, he wasn't above postponing them for something more enjoyable, like the playful sparring match he was currently engaged in. Once again, he found himself knocked to the ground. Gods, if all the crows fought like you, we'd take the wall in no time, Val said, reaching down to help him up. Maybe I'm just letting you win, he replied, brushing himself off as her laughter echoed around the yard. Of course. That's it. The crow is letting me win. It's not that I'm better than him, it's that he's being generous, Val teased, still chuckling. I'm not a crow, he countered, resuming his stance. You dress like one, she shot back as she charged at him. Black has always been my color, he laughed, deflecting her axe with ease. They moved fluidly together, swords clashing as Ben-Jen ducked away from one of her powerful swings. Remembering a technique he had seen Jay use, he stepped back and then lunged forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. As Val raised her axe to defend herself, he swept her legs out from under her. She tumbled to the ground, and he quickly placed his sword at her neck. How the hell? She exclaimed, her surprise evident. But Ben-Jen noticed the glimmer in her eye that hinted at her amusement beneath the facade of anger. He extended a hand to help her up, but in a flash, she pulled him down instead. He found himself on top of her, and to his surprise, she didn't struggle to escape. Looking into her eyes, which appeared a striking blue today, he recalled that they sometimes looked gray. He pondered whether it was the light or perhaps something deeper. It was her mood that made them appear that way. As he looked down at her face, he found himself almost lost in her eyes. His gaze then drifted lower to her full lips, and before he knew it, his head moved closer. Suddenly, a loud cough broke the moment, and he turned to see his youngest niece standing there, watching them. Uncle Ben-Jen? Arya asked, raising an eyebrow and smirking at him. Arya, he replied, rising to his feet to face her, with Val standing up a moment later, frowning as she did so. As Ben-Jen recounted how he had beaten Val and what had transpired during their sparring match, he stole a glance at Val. She was looking at him with an expression that he interpreted as a hint of disappointment. That look lingered in his mind for the rest of the day. Not even sparring with his niece, Lyanna Mormont, or with Val herself could distract him from it. He found himself pondering what might have happened if Arya hadn't interrupted, and what it would have been like to actually kiss those lips. In King's Landing, 298 AC, Jaime Lannister held Joanna in his arms while Gorman examined Daisy. Jaime made a little game out of things with his daughter, but his attention was primarily focused on his wife. The birth of Ned Stark's son had made the impending arrival of their own baby feel all the more real. Jaime wondered when their child would come and wished to ensure that both the baby and Daisy were well. Daisy felt he was worrying unnecessarily, and so did her mother, his aunt, and every other woman in his life. Even the Queen of Thorns had called him a fool, saying that if his wife wasn't worried, then he had no reason to be. Still, Daisy had agreed to let Gorman examine her to confirm everything was all right, and Jaime watched closely as the man finished his examination. Hearing that Daisy was as healthy as could be and that there was nothing to worry about regarding the baby was a huge relief. Daisy had been right about the timing after all. Gorman confirmed that the baby would arrive within the moon's cycle. After thanking him and seeing him out, Jaime walked back into the room and gently set Joanna down from his arms. She climbed onto the bed beside her mother. "Are you well, Mama? Do you need soup?" Joanna asked, her eyes wide with concern, as Jaime looked on, a puzzled expression on his face. "I'm well, little cub. We were just checking on this little cub here," Daisy replied, taking Joanna's hand and placing it on her belly. "Is the cub coming, Mama?" Joanna asked excitedly. "Soon, little cub," Daisy said, planting a soft kiss on Joanna's forehead as she settled back on the pillow. "Soup, Papa." "Mama needs soup," Joanna declared, almost as if placing an order. Jaime noticed Daisy shake her head, so he walked to the bed, laying down beside them with Joanna nestled in the middle. "Soup?" he asked Daisy quietly, tickling Joanna to distract her. "When Joanna wasn't feeling well the other day, my mother made her some soup. Now she thinks it's the cure for every ailment," Daisy said, smiling as Joanna squirmed away from his fingers. Jaime knew he might be overprotective when it came to Daisy, but the impending birth of Ned Stark's son had certainly contributed to his anxiety. Yet, it was the absence of his own child that truly gnawed at him. With Jay out there and nothing he could do to protect him, Jaime found himself pouring his worries into Daisy and Joanna instead. Daisy understood this instinctively, and her patience with him only showcased how well she knew him. "Papa, swing!" Joanna exclaimed when she finally grew bored with his tickles. "Not right now, little cub. Your father is tired," Daisy replied as Joanna climbed onto his chest, her tiny fingers reaching out to playfully poke at his eyelids as he feigned sleep. "Papa. Sleep?" Joanna asked as she moved closer. Jaime waited until she was right in front of him before he grabbed her and kissed her face repeatedly. Joanna giggled, playfully telling him to stop. "No, Papa, no kisses, no," she exclaimed, catching her breath between fits of laughter. Unfortunately, a knock at the door signaled the end of their fun. Jaime took the note, reading it and realizing his day was about to begin. "Bye-bye, Papa," Joanna said as he kissed her cheek. "Bye-bye, little cub," he replied. "I'll try to get back for lunch." He kissed Daisy and listened to his daughter and wife plan their day as he walked out of the room. The guards were already ready, and soon Loras and Jorah joined him. As they made their way to the throne room, Jaime couldn't help but think of his missing king. He knew that Margaery didn't want to do this alone, but politically, it might turn out to be for the best. A queen acting as a queen could only reflect positively on the realm, he thought. As he walked, thoughts of Cersei crept into his mind. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake them. This was what she had always desired, to be a queen who mattered, a ruling queen sitting as an equal to the king. In her own way, she had almost achieved that, she just never got the chance to rule, and Robert never cared to let her. "They're all there?" he asked. "They are. Harding arrived late last night," Loras replied. "Why wasn't I told?" Jaime inquired as they entered the throne room. "Her Grace felt there was no need to disturb you, my lord. She thought you and your family didn't need to know about this until now," Loras explained. Jaime nodded in acknowledgement. He walked to the front and took his position by the throne, glancing around to see that the court was already filling up despite the early hour. It surprised him that Margaery wanted to do this so early. He had expected it to happen much later in the day. Jaime wondered if it was nerves that prompted her to approach the situation this way, or if there was another reason altogether. He resolved to ask her about it later, but for now, he stood among the others in the throne room, waiting for the queen's arrival. As he looked out, he spotted the blonde-haired Ser Harold, proudly wearing the white falcon of House Arryn, a sight that felt particularly excessive given all that Jon Arryn had accomplished. Beside him stood an elderly woman with gray hair, and around them gathered the various lords of the Vale. Jaime recognized Lords Corbray, Hunter, Malcolm, Belmore, Hersey, and Egan, all positioned near the new Lord of the Vale, Yohn Royce, who was deep in conversation with Lords Redfort and Grafton. They were once adversaries, yet now, while not on opposing sides of a conflict, he sensed a lingering divide among them. Her Grace, Queen Margaery Targaryen, the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, the herald announced. Margaery entered, flanked by Arthur, Ghost, and Barristan. Jaime noticed Olenna, Willis, and Sansa Stark trailing slightly behind. She nodded in his direction before taking her seat, prompting Jaime to step forward at her invitation. Although the timing of the meeting with the Vale Lords and Ser Harold caught him off guard, he was not surprised by the events that were about to unfold. My Lords of the Vale, you are here today to officially learn the cost of rising against the crown, to swear your fealty to their graces and your new liege lord, and to be formally welcomed as true members of this court. Is there anyone among you who would like to speak before we begin? He asked, only to be taken aback when a voice broke the silence. Is His Grace not joining us? Ser Harold inquired, and Jaime noticed the exasperated eye rolls from the other lords. Her Grace, Queen Margaery, sits in judgment of you all today, Ser Harold. Do you question her right or suitability to do so? Jaime replied, irritation creeping into his tone. Of course not, Ser Harold retorted. Lord Hand would gladly be judged by Her Grace, Ser Harold said, a smirk playing on his lips as he noticed Ghost rise to his feet. Jaime couldn't help but wonder if the king was present after all. Your Grace, Jaime said, bowing as he turned to Margaery. Lord Melcombe, Lord Hunter, Lord Corbray, Lord Hersey, Lord Egan, Lord Belmore, Lady Waynwood, and Ser Simon, step forward and be recognized, Margaery commanded. The lords and ladies complied, and Jaime observed them closely, searching for any signs of reluctance. None appeared. Your Grace, Lady Waynwood said, stepping slightly ahead of the others, acting as the representative of the Lords of the Vale. All of you rose against my husband and me in support of Jon Arryn and Robert Baratheon's continued attempt to usurp my husband's true and legal right to the throne. Your allegiance to your liege lord has been considered in relation to the punishments you are to face. Do any of you have anything to add before we discuss those punishments? Margaery inquired. No, Your Grace, Lady Waynwood replied. Very well. You are hereby ordered to pay an increased tax of 15% per year for 5 years. If, during this time, even the slightest hint of disloyalty is found, be it towards the crown or your new liege lord, you will be brought back here to face a further and more severe punishment. I warn you, my lords and lady, do not mistake our generosity for weakness. My husband and I seek to unite the realm, not tear it apart, and that is the only reason your punishments are not far more severe, Margaery stated, watching as the lords nodded in agreement. I thank you on behalf of the Lords of the Vale, Your Grace, Lady Waynwood said with a curtsy before she and the others stepped back. Lord Redfort, Lord Grafton, please step forward, Margaery instructed, and both men obeyed. Your Grace, Lord Redfort began. Grafton bowed deeply, and Jaime noticed Lord Redfort mirroring his gesture. Both your houses chose not to rise against my husband and me. While neither of you joined our cause, we understand your reasons, Margaery began, addressing the gathered lords and ladies. Lord Grafton, it is the will of His Grace and myself that your taxes will be reduced by 15% for the next 5 years. Once our business here is concluded, you will meet with our Master of Trade, Lord Manderley, to discuss future areas of mutual benefit. I thank you, Your Grace, Lord Grafton replied, smiling and nodding at the Queen. Lord Redfort, we extend the same tax terms to you. Additionally, we have another offer. Your son, Ser Michael, and Maya Stone have strong feelings for one another. You are aware of this? Margaery inquired. I am, Your Grace, Lord Redfort confirmed. Are they here? Margaery asked, and Jaime watched as the Lord summoned a young man and a girl forward. He recognized the young man as the one Jay had fought in King's Landing in High Garden, while the girl could only be Robert's daughter. His Grace and I are very keen on this match, my lord, very keen indeed. To ensure it comes to pass, we have decided to legitimize Maya Stone as Maya Durrandon and name Ser Michael as the lord of a newly created seat in the lands outside Harrenhal, a lord sworn directly to House Targaryen. The crown will cover the costs of the keep to be built there as a wedding dowry, Margaery announced. Both the lord and his son displayed varying levels of satisfaction at the news. The lord seemed pleased that his son was gaining a seat of his own, though perhaps a bit irritated about the match. The boy, on the other hand, appeared anything but displeased. Maya, however, had tears in her eyes as she looked from Margaery to the boy and back again. I thank you, Your Grace, Lord Redfort said. Your Grace, thank you, truly, Maya added, wiping her eyes as emotion overcame her. Lord Redfort stepped back and said, You have the best wishes of my husband and me for your future happiness, Lady Maya. Margaery smiled genuinely as the newly named Lord Michael took his betrothed's hand. After assuring both men that she would accept their oaths of fealty along with the others, she called Ser Harold to step forward. The boy stared at Margaery with almost lustful admiration, and Jaime noticed that Ghost's haunches were raised. Ser Harold, Margaery began, as per the offer my husband extended to you, you are aware that the terms are non-negotiable. You have but one thing to say here today. Choose your words wisely. The man smiled and bowed as he looked at her. I thank you, Your Grace. I am here to accept your most kind offer and to do so without prejudice or regret. I find your judgment to be fair and true, and I am warmed by your compassion and your beauty. Ser Harold spoke, and Jaime wondered if he even noticed the bared teeth of the white wolf, so intently was he gazing at the queen. Then the crown and Lord Royce will accept your oath of fealty, Margaery continued, but let me leave you with this warning, Ser Harold. From this moment forward, you are Lord Arryn of the Eyrie, but remember what happened to the last Lord Arryn. My husband took his head himself, with his own sword. My lord, be sure not to suffer the same fate. Loyalty is not just expected from you, it is required, and the crown will be watching. I take comfort in knowing I'm being watched through your eyes, Your Grace, Harold replied, smiling as he bowed. After the oaths of fealty were sworn first to the crown and then to Lord Royce, Jaime noticed one of the northern squires approach Lord Corbray, prompting the man to follow him out of the room. Margaery nodded at Jaime, and he joined her as they walked down the corridors, sensing her annoyance. The reason for that annoyance became clear. As soon as they entered her chambers, Margaery exclaimed, Damn him for making me face that alone. Did you see that fool flirting so openly? Damn my husband for not being there. She took her seat, clearly agitated. Jaime smirked and replied, Ghost did not look pleased, Your Grace. His playful tone managed to elicit a laugh from Margaery. No, he did not. I swear, I thought if that fool crossed the line just a bit further, the ghost would have been dining on falcon's wings today. Margaery chuckled as she rubbed Ghost's head. You did sterling work in there, Your Grace. His Grace couldn't have handled it any better, Jaime complimented her. She nodded appreciatively as he turned to leave. Lady Daisy? Margaery called, prompting him to turn back. Within the moon, Your Grace, he responded, receiving a warm smile in return. With any luck, Jay will have returned by then, she said, her voice a little subdued. I have no doubt he will, Your Grace, Jaime assured her as he exited the room. In King's Landing, 298 AC, Sharera sat in the spacious room, waiting to be invited into the solar. She didn't mind the delay, it gave her time to get lost in her thoughts once more. Arranging the meeting with the young girl had taken time, and mustering the courage to actually attend was no small feat. Shurera still felt the weight of uncomfortable glances from servants and others around her. It was a relief that her nephew didn't blame her for her actions. In fact, he explained that they were always destined to happen. That realization both comforted and worried her in equal measure. Knowing Jay felt that way lifted her spirits, but the knowledge that her actions, along with many others, had been foretold was disconcerting. Even with all she knew and everything she had witnessed, it was unsettling to discover that someone else had seen it all and planned accordingly. Shurera now understood that rather than merely predicting her actions, Bryn Den had seen a vision of them, just as others had apparently done. Daenerys felt used by him at first, and now she felt used by someone else. By the gods, or perhaps by someone she didn't even know. The uncertainty irked her terribly. She and Eamon had spent days poring over texts in search of answers. Jay had spoken to her in vague terms, avoiding specifics, only mentioning that there were things even he didn't understand and things she wasn't meant to know. It left her feeling like a pawn in someone else's game, as if her will and actions weren't her own. If her choices were part of some grand design, and she had no control over them, then what was the point of anything she did? Was she truly living, or merely existing? The thought made her head ache, nearly causing her to lose herself when she spoke to Dany, Tyrion, or Eamon. If it hadn't been for the note inviting her to dine with the Queen and the gift tucked into her dress, Shurera might have spent most of the day in the sky. At least when she was on Regal's back, she didn't mind the lack of control. The illusion of freedom while flying was enough to make her forget nearly all her worries. "Lady Shireen will see you now," the guard announced as she rose from her seat and walked into the solar. Inside, she saw the young girl sitting behind a desk, accompanied by an older man with a beard to her left. Two guards flanked the desk, and it was clear that Shireen was doing her best to make an impression. Shurera smiled, and the girl returned it, surprising her with the genuineness of the smile. Taking her seat when invited, Shurera noticed Shireen glance nervously at the bearded man, who nodded reassuringly. "Princess Shurera, it's good to see you," Shireen said. "You too, Lady Shireen." "I'm delighted to meet more of my kin," Shurera replied, receiving another warm smile in return. "As am I, Princess," Shireen said. "Please, call me Shurera." "I'm still getting used to the title of princess," she said, leaning in as if to share a secret. Shurera smiled, appreciating the giggle that escaped Shireen's lips. "Nor should you call me a lady, Shurera. Just call me Shireen, please." "Shireen," she replied, noticing the older man's tension ease. "I've come with a gift for you, cousin." "A gift?" Shireen's eyes widened, excitement lighting up her face. "A gift," Shurera confirmed, reaching into her dress to reveal a necklace, the small ruby sparkling in the room's light. "It's so pretty," Shireen exclaimed, gazing at it in awe. "It's more than that," Shurera said, pointing to the necklace around her own neck. "Do you know who I am, Shireen? Or when I was born? You're Shurera Seastar. Your mother was Serene of Lys, and your father was Aegon the Unworthy. You were born over 100 years ago," Shireen answered, and this time, a smile spread across Shira's face. "Very good, Shireen. Your maesters must be so proud of you." "Not many would know such things," she remarked, watching as the girl's smile grew even brighter. "I enjoy reading. Books are so interesting, I find," Shireen said. "I love to read too, especially when it comes to magic," Shurera replied, noticing the bearded man shift forward in his seat. "Magic, princess?" he asked, intrigued. "Magic, my lord?" Shurera echoed. "Ser Davos, princess. Ser Davos, magic is very real. You've seen the dragons and the dire wolves. My nephew Eamon and I are proof enough, as is this," she said, raising the necklace high. "What does it do?" Shireen asked, her curiosity piqued as Shurera moved closer. Ser Davos and the guards instinctively moved to stop her, but Shireen waved them off. I assure you, sire, my cousin has nothing to fear for me or this, Shirera said as she placed the necklace around the girl's neck. Shireen glanced worriedly between Shirera and the guards, but Shirera quickly reached into her dress again and pulled out a small looking glass, handing it to the girl. Shireen's fingers soon. Shirera gently brushed her fingers against Shireen's cheek, touching the spot where the grayscale scars had been just moments earlier. How? I can't believe it. Is it really gone? Shireen asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Davos glanced between the two of them, sensing the gravity of the moment. In a way, yes, Shirera replied. Just like my own scars shaped my appearance, the ruby allows you to look as you should, how you truly are. It doesn't cure the affliction. When you take it off, the scars will return. But as long as you wear that necklace, the scars won't show, and the grayscale can never come back. Never return? Davos asked, his voice filled with hope. While the disease is halted, it was never truly cured. In time, it would have returned, maybe in 10 or 20 years, perhaps even longer. But eventually, it would come back, she explained. And now it will not, he pressed. Now it will not, she affirmed. Shireen wrapped her arms around Shirera in a firm embrace, and Shirera welcomed the gesture. The girl whispered her heartfelt gratitude into Shira's ear, expressing how much it meant to her. You're my kin, and this is the least I could do, Shirera assured her. Shireen invited her to dinner that night, but Shirera politely declined, as she already had plans. However, she promised to join them another time, which delighted Shireen. After bidding her cousin farewell, Shirera made her way back to her room. Time seemed to fly as she sat there, feeling better than she had in days after their conversation. Before she knew it, there was a knock at her door. When she opened it, she found Ser Loras, the Queen's brother, ready to escort her to her meeting with Queen Margaery. She nodded and followed him down the short corridor to the Queen's chambers. After knocking, they were led inside, and Shirera was surprised to see the Queen seated at a small table, with a place set for her in front of her own seat. I thought we'd eat before we spoke, Margaery said, smiling warmly. Shirera nodded and took her seat, watching as the Queen fed a white wolf beside her. Shirera took some meat from the side plate and poured herself a glass of wine as they began to eat. Her appetite wasn't as strong as the Queen's, who devoured her meal with enthusiasm. A long day, Margaery remarked, noticing Shira's gaze. A good one, Your Grace? Shirera asked, picking at her own dish. A better one today than yesterday, Shirera, Margaery replied. That seemed to be the extent of their small talk. The Queen appeared to be in no mood for conversation. Shirera sensed that the atmosphere would have felt similar, no matter whom she dined with that evening. Once they finished their meal, Margaery called for a servant to clear the table, inviting Shirera to sit with her near the fire. Shirera followed her into the other room, where Ghost lay down between them. Shirera watched as Margaery ran her hands over the wolf's belly, and soon Ghost began to drift off to sleep. For such a large and dangerous wolf, he really is quite the big softy, you know, Margaery said with a smile. My nephew has said the same about him often, Your Grace. Margaery, the Queen corrected gently. Shirera nodded. I was most wroth with you, Shirera. Most wroth. I must admit that I've not yet come close to forgiving you. Margaery raised her hand as Shirera opened her mouth to speak. Oh, I know what Jay wishes, what the journal says. I know deep down that the last thing you wanted was to harm me or my husband. But I did, Shirera replied quietly. You did, Margaery agreed. I am truly sorry for my part, Margaery. Truly. I know, and in time, I'll be able to look past this and see it for what it is. But that time is not now, I'm sorry to say. So for the foreseeable future, you'll just have to bear my anger and annoyance. Of course, Shirera said, glancing at the girl who was staring into the fire. You heard what Jay did, no doubt. He left this before he and Rhaenys took to the skies, Margaery said, pulling a note from her pocket and handing it to Sherera. Sherera read through the letter her nephew had written and sighed. Jay might have had the right idea, but this was not the way to go about it. Margaery noticed the shift in her expression and the worried look crossed her face. Jay is both right and wrong, Sherera said. He needs to deal with Bryn Den before he gets another chance to act, but he shouldn't go alone. Do you think he's in danger? Margaery asked, her concern evident. I believe it's always been dangerous with Bryn Den. I don't fully understand what he is now, but the Bryn Den I knew was a very dangerous man. Jay should have brought someone with him. I should be with him, Sherera replied. You? Margaery questioned. Yes. Bryn Den and I are connected. He may not feel the same way anymore, and I certainly don't, but we once loved each other deeply. Jay should have used that to his advantage, Sherera explained. I don't understand, Margaery admitted. Magic is powerful, Margaery. Jay has more of it than I, Bryn Den, or anyone I've ever seen. But love is true power. It fuels us, makes us strong and sometimes weak. It defines us, shapes who we want to be, and reveals who we truly are. We are only human, and the gods have fashioned us for love. That is both our greatest glory and our greatest tragedy. Margaery looked at her, confused and worried. Beyond the wall, in 298 AC, Bloodraven was frustrated. He couldn't find the boy, he had simply vanished from his sight. Everywhere he looked or considered proved to be false leads. The fact that the boy wasn't in King's Landing or on Dragonstone, and that he hadn't headed toward the Reach to intercept the one-eyed pirate, vexed him. The possibility that the boy might actually be coming to him, arriving before Bryn Den had a chance to do what he needed to, forced Bloodraven to hasten his plans. He began sending the pirate more and more visions, eagerly anticipating how events would unfold. Lannisport. Ships sailed into the harbor, nearly 30 of them. He watched as 4 larger vessels made their approach. Behind them, smaller ships broke away, and soon, flaming arrows began to fly. As he observed the massive steel spikes launched from the larger ships, he couldn't help but be impressed by the devastating damage they inflicted on the smaller vessels. The moment one of those spikes ignited and struck a ship, sending it up in flames, left an impact on him. 2 of the Ironborn ships managed to reach the docks, but he quickly realized that the resistance they faced was more than sufficient to repel them. Men rushed down the gangplanks only to be met by mounted warriors the moment they reached the docks. It surprised him that the attack was anticipated and that the docks had been cleared. Bloodraven had believed that Euron's warlocks had obscured the king's vision. This revelation troubled him. It implied that no magic could achieve such a feat, not even his own, which could lead to complications down the line. The fight on the docks ended almost as swiftly as it began. The foot soldiers stood no chance against the knights on horseback, and he found himself admiring the tactical advantage. The width of the docks, designed not just for merchants to sell their wares and for ships to unload, clearly catered to this kind of warfare. Turning his gaze back to the harbor, he witnessed a rout. The 4 large ships made quick work of the Ironborn's smaller vessels, with fewer than 5 ships having the sense to turn and flee. They weren't allowed to escape, however, as 2 of the larger ships soon pursued them, ending the chase in no time. Bloodraven shifted his focus to the next scene unfolding. Bear Island. Deepwood Motte. The ships faced no obstacles as they landed, 25 of them soon lined up on the shore, the men preparing to advance toward the wooden keep. It was clear these men were not the seasoned veterans from their last campaign in the north, they were comprised mostly of sellswords. The number of sails was likely the reason for the Reavers' complacency. Bloodraven watched as the consequences of that complacency were about to unfold. Just like in Lannisport, they faced mounted knights, and once again, the men on foot were ill-equipped for such an encounter. The only real difference was the scale of the slaughter, and that half the ships had managed to escape. He observed the Northmen charging down on their foes, swords, axes, morning stars, and maces striking true, while the men on foot stood no chance. Their lack of archers highlighted just how unprepared they were for this attempted invasion. He wondered whether Euron had filled them with tales of its ease or if their own incompetence had rendered them so ill-suited for battle. He lamented the fact that with just his raven's teeth, he could have held off the Northmen long enough to either push the invasion further or at least ensure they suffered greater losses than the Sellswords had. As it was, the rout didn't take long. He doubted the ships that had managed to escape the coastline were heading back to join the Iron Fleet. Instead, they would be making their way back to Essos and the Stepstones, while Deepwood Motte would see no attack today, let alone face a siege. His gaze shifted across the Bay of Ice, and the sight that awaited him made the previous scene seem like a glorious victory. 10 ships had been sent to take Bear Island, but 2 larger vessels awaited them, one sailing out from the dock to confront them head-on, while the other approached from behind. He lamented once more how prepared they had been for the attack and wondered how they had managed it. Despite their readiness, the larger ships soon sliced through the smaller ones with ease. The steel spikes crippled vessels as the larger ships continued their relentless advance. The flaming arrows and balls of pitch that the Ironborn fired back merely bounced harmlessly off the larger ships or fell where the vessels had been just moments before. Bloodraven noticed for the first time that, despite their size, the larger ships were significantly faster than the smaller ones. He didn't linger on this observation for long. 3 of the Ironborn ships had already been sunk, 4 were crippled, and the last 3 were now trapped between the 2 larger vessels. Bear Island lay less than a mile from the battle, yet the only Ironborn who would set foot on the island today would be a body washing ashore. Bloodraven understood Euron's mindset. He had spent enough time in his head to know that Euron had sent these men here to die. But making a gambit was one thing, wasting lives was another. This was nothing but a waste. He had drawn no one to his side, nor would he, so his gaze shifted once more. The Shield Islands were crowded with ships, the Kraken flag flying high as they sailed toward their destination. He could see the Silence leading the fleet, Euron standing proudly on its bow while his brother was tied to the figurehead. Shifting his focus to the islands themselves, he noted that while they appeared ready and prepared, the force at their disposal wouldn't be enough. The attack was bound to succeed, and the dragon's tail was soon to be stepped on. Yet something felt wrong to him, prompting his gaze to wander beyond the islands and further south. He traveled over Brightwater Keep, and just past Bandolin, he spotted them. Bloodraven wondered how they had managed to get there so quickly. Was it mere luck that had them sailing in that direction? He doubted it, and it frustrated him not to know how that could be. What vexed him even more was the composition of the fleet now heading north toward the Shield Islands. If it were just a matter of numbers, the Iron Fleet would be outmatched. But having witnessed the destruction the larger ships could inflict, and noting that there were half a dozen among the approaching fleet, Bloodraven realized the Iron Fleet was doomed. Panic began to set in as he contemplated yet another failed plan and the consequences of what was to come. Bloodraven felt a wave of panic wash over him, paralyzing his thoughts. What am I to do? How can I help? When will he arrive? His gaze returned to the shields as he searched for the man below, straining to connect despite knowing it wasn't enough. His powers fell short of the control he craved. For too long, he had relied on whispers and dreams to bend events to his will. But now, the time for whispers had passed. As the Iron Fleet drew closer to the shields, Bloodraven shouted, "They are coming! Blow the horn! Blow the horn or lose him forever! Blow the horn or you will die! Even a god can fall." He watched as Euron rose to his feet and issued the command, a smile creeping across Bloodraven's face as he prepared himself for the imminent chaos. Beyond the wall, he sensed a child standing before him. Usually, she left him alone when he submerged beneath the sea, but this time, something felt different. Though it wasn't what he wanted, and despite her not being where his focus should lie, Bloodraven opened his eyes and saw Leaf, holding a plate of paste in her hands. You bleed, she said, reaching out. For the first time that he could recall, he felt her fingers touch his withered skin. You bleed. He watched as she raised her fingers, now stained with blood that hadn't been there before. Confusion washed over him. It had been over 50 years since he had bled, one of many things lost since he became less a man and more a tree. As he gazed at her fingers, he thought he heard something, a sound he couldn't quite place. I need to see, he said, and she nodded. He closed his eyes, swearing he could hear the horn being blown. In King's Landing, in the year 298 AC, Margaery felt unsettled after her meeting with Shirera. The encounter lingered in her mind, leaving her restless throughout the night. Not even Ghost's comforting presence in her bed could ease her anxiety. This lack of sleep weighed heavily on her as she. The next morning, Margaery broke her fast in a foul mood. Eleanor, Mira, and even Sansa felt the brunt of her irritability, and her grandmother was not spared either. She received a sharp reprimand when she suggested postponing Lady Catelyn's execution until after Jay's return. If it hadn't been for her lunchtime visitor, Margaery risked alienating everyone around her by the end of the day. Lady Joy is here to see you, Your Grace, Megha said, her voice barely above a whisper. If Margaery had not been so annoyed, she might have realized her cousin was apprehensive about her reaction. Send her in, she replied dismissively, hardly glancing up from the papers scattered across her desk. She heard Joy enter, the girl taking a seat and waiting quietly for Margaery to speak. Meanwhile, Margaery shuffled through the papers, barely reading them, and let out frustrated huffs. The silence stretched on, and eventually, Margaery set the papers aside and shot a glare at Joy, only to find that the girl was more than ready for her mood. Joy seemed determined to make her laugh. Margie mad, Balon, Joy said, looking at her black cat. I know, it's John's fault, Margaery replied. He is silly, you're right, Joy agreed. No, we can't, he's king now, Balon, Margaery corrected her. Really? You think we should? Joy asked. As Margaery watched the girl converse with the cat, she found herself intrigued. The more she listened, the more engaged she became. By the time Joy finished speaking, Margaery was leaning forward in her seat, eager to hear what was next. Balon thinks John was bad, Margie. He says we have to make him pay, Joy declared, glancing at the cat, who seemed to be staring back at her. Pay how? Margaery asked, her curiosity piqued. I don't know. How do you think we make him pay, Balon? Joy replied, tilting her ear close to the cat. Had Margaery not been so tired, she might have noticed the subtle connection between the girl and the creature. Margaery followed Joy's lead, and she couldn't help but notice the smirk on Joy's face when she caught her doing so. What did Balon say? Joy asked after a moment. Balon says we should move his clothes and send him to another room, so when he comes back, he knows he was bad, Joy giggled, rubbing the cat affectionately. We can't, he's the king, Joy, Margaery replied with a smirk of her own. I know, Margie. I told Balon, but he doesn't care. He says you're the queen, and you can do it if you wish, Joy said, raising her hands as if confused. We could pretend, Margaery suggested, and Joy looked at her, intrigued. Pretend, Margie? We could move his clothes as if we were really mad, and then when he comes back, you and I could pretend, couldn't we? She asked. Joy leaned in close to Balon and began to nod her head. Balon says pretending is fun, Margie, Joy giggled. It took them nearly an hour to move Jay's things, followed by another hour for lunch, during which Joy excitedly shared stories about her lessons. She mentioned how much she enjoyed the ones where she danced, recalling how she and John had danced together. Margaery listened intently as Joy described watching her and John dance, and how she could see just how much Margaery liked it, which made her believe she would enjoy it just as much. After lunch, Joy dramatically yawned, almost bursting into laughter. So tired, so sleepy. Balon's sleepy too. Are you sleepy, Margie? Joy asked, her eyes wide and alert as she studied her friend. I'm tired too, Margaery admitted, and Joy nodded before turning to Balon. Balon says you should rest, Margie. I'll tell everyone you're sleepy, Joy declared. Margaery nodded, realizing that Joy wouldn't leave until she was actually in bed, having played her little game to coax her into it. The girl had managed to defend her while also bringing down Jay, making Margaery see her anger and annoyance for what they truly were. Margaery found herself pondering how anyone would keep up with her as she grew older. Ni, Margie, Joy called out, waving as she walked out of the room. Ni, Joy, Margaery sleepily replied, her eyes still closed before Joy had even closed the door behind her. Ghost soon settled at the end of her bed, watching over her as she slept. She dozed peacefully through the night, only waking to find it was still dark outside, thinking she had only slept for a few hours. When she realized it had been longer, she felt a twinge of annoyance with herself but was also grateful that Joy had helped her relax enough to rest. After washing up, dressing, and having breakfast, Margaery spent the next few hours going through papers and preparing for the busy day ahead. Her grandmother arrived almost as soon as the morning truly began, and Margaery noticed the worry etched on her face. She did her best to reassure her. Once her grandmother was at ease, their conversation quickly shifted to what they were about to witness. Her grandmother asked again if she was sure about her decision, and Margaery affirmed that she was. She clarified that she wasn't making this concession for the woman herself, but rather for the Starks. We should go, her grandmother said when Ser Arthur arrived to take his post at the door. We should, Margaery agreed, rising from her seat and walking with her grandmother out of the room. The walk to the small courtyard wasn't long, and Ghost seemed eager to be there, darting ahead of her for the first time in over a day. When Margaery arrived, she found herself among the last to join the gathering, noticing just how full the courtyard had become. She took stock of who was present: Prince Oberyn, Valyria, and all of his children, Princess Arianne, Lady Jenna, her own kin, along with Martin and Willem Lannister, Lady Meege, Daisy, and Lyanna. Margaery stood among the gathered crowd, flanked by Willis, Loras, and her grandmother. Notable figures surrounded her: Tyrion, Daenerys, Sharera, Aemon, Jerian, Ashera, and Joy. Margaery exchanged a smile with the girl and the Black Cat. The small council was still in King's Landing, along with the Kingsguard, all present for the occasion. Lord Manderley and Ser Richard stood side by side, their expressions serious. The only notable absences were the Starks and Jaime, but that changed quickly when Margaery spotted him leading Lady Catelyn into the courtyard. Catelyn surveyed the crowd with eyes full of hatred, her gaze briefly landing on Margaery before shifting to the block, clearly anxious. Margaery couldn't help but wonder if Catelyn would once again unleash her fury about her husband. As Lady Catelyn was guided to the block by Ser Walder and Ser Jorah, Jaime stepped forward. By order of Her Grace, Queen Margaery Tyrell, Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, for the crimes of conspiracy to murder, attempted murder, and the murder of Ser Allers, you, Lady Catelyn Baelish, have been sentenced to die. Do you have any last words? Jaime announced. Margaery's attention shifted from Catelyn to the widow and children of Allers, who stood nearby, their expressions a mixture of grief and anger. I am innocent. Innocent. Please, please. Catelyn pleaded, her voice desperate as Walder and Jorah forced her down onto the block. Margaery nodded to Jaime, who reached behind his back and drew his sword. Black fire gleamed in the light as he raised it high. To her surprise, he said nothing. Then, almost faster than she could prepare herself, the sword fell, true and clean. Margaery's gaze remained fixed on the scene until the head rolled away. She felt no regret for the woman's death, save for the pain it would bring to her family. Even the thought that Jay would be angry with her didn't stir any remorse. Catelyn had received the justice her crimes deserved. Punishment was warranted. It was Jay's father, by choice, who swung the sword, a decision Jaime had suggested. Margaery understood his reasons. See that her body is treated with respect and sent to Riverrun, she said, turning to walk back into the Red Keep. She had spent far too much time on a woman who deserved none of hers or anyone else's compassion. Valyria, 298 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen lay beside his sister, Rhaenys, who had made space for him, allowing him to lean close against her warm scales. The dreams he expected to come never did, and his sleep left him well rested. When he woke the next morning, he was surprised to find his sister still asleep. Even more surprising was the voice that called his name. Jay, where are you? The girl's voice echoed, and he turned to find its source. When he saw her, he almost dropped to his knees. She was walking toward him, a smile lighting up her face. Her long, dark hair flowed freely, and her deep purple eyes sparkled with mirth. You slept out here again? Don't you know we have warm beds inside, oh brother of mine? Ray? He asked, confused. Of course, silly. Who else would I be? Jay, are you well? She replied. Ray? It can't be. How? Ray, is it truly you? He stammered. Whether it was the tremor in his voice or the look on his face, her smile faded. She moved closer, wrapping her arms around him, pulling him tightly against her. Jay, it's me. I'm here, little brother, she said softly. Tears began to flow as she held him, gently rocking him in her embrace. His hands explored her back, her shoulders, her hair, as he pulled her close again, fingers brushing over her face. How? He whispered, and she looked at him, puzzled. How what? How are you? How are you here? How are you, you? Here, I'm always me, Jay, she replied, looking at him. She then offered her hand and began to lead him away from the wide-open space. He glanced back, searching for any sign of Rhaenys. Although her absence worried him, the warmth of her fingers entwined with his quickly captured all his attention. Jay squeezed her hand softly as they walked down the black stone road. The damaged buildings matched his expectations, which was perhaps the only thing that made him question whether he was dreaming. If he were dreaming, he thought, the images would have been of the past, not this moment. You're not dreaming, little brother, Rhaenys said as they continued hand in hand. I'm not? He asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Not truly, she answered, guiding him up a set of steps toward a large gate. Jay looked up to see the faded but still recognizable image of the three-headed dragon. I've been here before, he said as Rhaenys pushed the gate open. He gazed at the overgrown grass and the scorched patches where lush gardens once thrived. Have you? His sister asked, leading him through the gate and into the garden itself. As they walked, memories flooded back to him, Aegon and his sister wives, Viserys and Rhaenyra. Jay searched eagerly for a glimpse of Ray and his family, but he found it difficult to make them out. You, our family, I saw you all, he said as she guided him up another set of stairs to a large door. There, it was there, he pointed to a section of the garden near the front of the house. Was it? She asked, pushing the door open. Stepping inside the house felt like entering another world. The sounds of a harp playing and children laughing soon filled his ears. Rhaenys looked at him and then pulled him forward as they began to walk down the expansive corridors. His eyes followed the sounds, drawn to the warmth and life that surrounded them. All around him, Jay's attention was drawn to the open doors they had drifted from. He soon peered into the rooms, curious about what lay inside. A dark-haired girl and a silver-haired boy hid beneath the bed and the table as another dark-haired boy entered the room. The boy looked around, then giggled when he spotted a pair of feet sticking out from under the bed. He moved closer, reaching down to grab them, quickly pulling the laughing girl into view. Found you, Ray, he said, and from under the table, the silver-haired boy began to laugh as well. No fair, Jay, you peeked, Rhaenys protested as Aegon emerged from his hiding spot. I win, Aegon declared proudly. In the background, a silver-haired man played a melody on his harp while a dark-haired, gray-eyed woman listened intently. When the song ended, the man moved to the woman and kissed her deeply. Just then, a dark-haired boy of about 10 years old entered the room. "Is something wrong, J. Harry's?" the man asked. "No, father, Jay," the woman interrupted gently. "Highgarden, mother. Why can't I go to Dorne with Ray or to the north with Egg?" the boy asked, his voice filled with longing. "Your father knows best, Jay. Believe me, Highgarden is where you're meant to be, my little wolf," his mother replied, kissing his cheek. Jay nodded and left the room. As he wandered through each room, Jay witnessed variations on a familiar theme. He saw the dark-haired boy he recognized as himself spending time in his sister's room, laughing about some shared joke. He pictured himself sitting in his brother's room, discussing the upcoming tourney and ball, both boys excitedly talking about the ladies they hoped to dance with. He recalled lying in bed, clearly ill, while his mother sat beside him, reading tales from a book. He saw his father, grandmother, uncle, and aunt, and memories flooded back of Tyrion growing up at the Red Keep. He remembered running through Aegon's garden on Dragonstone with Dany, Egg, and Ray, all while their parents and grandmother looked on. Jay dressed, securing Dark Sister at his hip, while Aegon did the same with Blackfyre. He watched his mother, her hair streaked with gray, cradling a baby she named after her grandchild, while his father looked on proudly, preparing to compose a song. "Ray, what is this place?" he asked as they stepped into a vast, open room. "The land's eternal, Jay," she replied, and as he gazed around the large hall, he called out, "Ray? Ray?" Panic filled his voice when he turned and realized she had vanished from sight. Alone in the room, he shouted her name, but silence echoed back. As he turned to leave, he discovered there were no doors, no way out. Just as he was about to call for someone, anyone, to rescue him, he noticed a figure standing before him. The man had long silver hair and stood at his height. Aegon looked slightly younger, but there was no mistaking him. "Egg?" Jay called softly. "It's me, brother." "Long have I wished to see you for real," Aegon said, extending his hand. Jay nearly jumped back when he felt his brother's touch. "Egg," he said, his heart swelling with joy as he moved closer. They embraced tightly, and Jay held on, reluctant to let go. For a while, they stood there, Jay's eyes closed, savoring the warmth of his brother's presence. When they finally pulled apart, they stood facing each other, as if trying to absorb every detail. "It should be you, Egg. You were meant to be king, not I," Jay said, his voice filled with regret. "No, brother. It could only ever be you," Aegon replied firmly. "Why? Why couldn't it be you? It should be you. You, Ray, they took you from me," Jay's voice cracked as he sank to his knees. "They took you all from me." He cried out, grief spilling over. Once more, he felt Aegon's embrace, lifting him back to his feet. Egg looked at him with a sorrowful expression. "It was as it had to be, but it had to be you." "Jay, only you," Egg said, looking intently at him. "Why? Why me, Egg?" Jay asked, confusion etched on his face. "Because only you can right this wrong. Only you can make this place what it truly was and what it was always meant to be. The land's eternal? I don't understand, Egg. What does that even mean? Valyria is magic, Jay, pure and true. But like all magic, it can be used for good or ill. It can lift you high and make you soar, or drag you down low and make you crawl. Magic lives and breathes, and those who wield it can be inspired by it or corrupted by it. The Valyrians believed that the only true way to control it was to prevent anyone from becoming too powerful. The only way to avoid the risk of corruption was to share that magic, to distribute it among more than one person. The 40? Jay asked, and Egg nodded. But they were mistaken, Jay. There was another aspect, like light and dark, night and day. For love to exist, there must be hate. So while Valyria shared its magic among 40 families, the lands of Always Winter soon fell into the hands of only one man. The Great Other? Jay inquired. The Great Other, Egg confirmed. I have to fight him. I know this. Daenerys' journal said so. My destiny is to confront him. No, brother. Your destiny is to defeat him. There can be only one, Jay, and that one is you. Only you can defeat him, restore the lands eternal, and decide what shape those lands will take. Egg? Egg? Jay called out as he noticed his brother beginning to fade away. Father is coming, Jay. Mother too. It was good to see you, brother. Truly, Egg said softly as he disappeared. Jay heard footsteps behind him and turned, expecting to see his father as Egg had said. Instead, it was Rhaenys walking toward him. He smiled at her, and she smiled back. Father is coming, he said happily, and she nodded as she took his hand. You can bring them back, Jay. You and I can bring them all back. He looked into her eyes and said, We will bring them back, Ray. We will. Then he wrapped her in his arms. Chapter 144, Two Sides of the Coin. King's Landing, 298 AC. Littlefinger sat in his cell, and surprisingly, it wasn't as bad as he had anticipated. The food was tolerable, and considering how dire his situation could have been, he felt grateful that it wasn't worse. When he received the news of her death, he was astonished to find that it didn't affect him as deeply as he thought it would. In another time and place, he suspected he would have been shattered by the loss. But in that moment, his only abiding thought was, better her than me. He was surprised, though, that she had paid such a high price. He had expected her fate to be something lesser, perhaps a summons to the faith. After all, her family connections to the king seemed strong enough to keep her alive. Yet, as the days passed, fear began to creep in when he learned that the king hadn't attended the trial and had not made the decision. It was the queen who had judged Kat and sentenced her to death. Finding out later that the king was no longer in the city only added to his anxiety. Each time he heard footsteps outside his cell door, or whenever it creaked open, he braced himself to stand before someone he had no arrangement with. To make matters worse, the man with whom he had made that deal was absent, leaving him without any proof to offer in his defense. Sleep eluded him over the next few days, as memories of Kat flooded his mind, much to his surprise. He found himself reflecting on what their life could have been like had he claimed her when he had the chance, when she was young and beautiful, and his love was genuine. After their first encounter in years, he realized that it was the younger Kat he truly loved, not the woman who lay beside him now. The Kat from before children and the passage of time had changed her. His thoughts increasingly turned to her daughter, and it was the image of her that consumed his mind, leading him to seek a release that never came. He attributed his inability to find solace to his worries about his precarious situation, allowing his thoughts to drift elsewhere. Peter reflected on the deal he had agreed to and the plans he envisioned coming to fruition once he left the city. He had been so close in Bravos. The connections he made could have set him on a path to prosperity, and a prosperous man can achieve great things. His true downfall was thinking he had more time. If he had anticipated that they would come for him so soon, he would have ventured deeper into Essos. The fact that they had come for him at all took him by surprise, as did the visitor he had shortly after being thrown into the cells. The king had come to speak with him, and for the first time, Peter saw the true measure of the boy. Sitting in his cell, he felt his throat constrict and his breathing quicken as he tried to devise a way out of his predicament. Bribing the guards was a futile effort. He had tried that with the men on the ship to no avail, and these guards would be even less susceptible. He recognized them as men of the 100, as pious as Ser Bonifer himself. The three-headed dragon on their armor only solidified their allegiance to the Targaryens. Some men might break oaths for gold or the promise of a woman's affection, but these men would not, much to his dismay. The only comfort in his situation was that he hadn't been taken to the black cells. However, Peter knew that this comfort wouldn't last long. He was certain he would lose his head very soon. He could only hope to sow some discord and create a little chaos before his end. It seemed he would have that opportunity sooner than expected when he heard the cell door creak open and looked up to see the man standing there. The king, dressed in black and red, stared at him before entering the cell. Peter smiled until he noticed the white wolf entering behind him. "Your Grace, you honor me," Peter said. "Not my intent, Lord Baelish," the king replied. "I would imagine not, Your Grace," Peter responded. Peter smiled once more as the white wolf settled into the corner of the cell, its gaze fixed intently on him. The intensity of its stare unsettled him so much that he had to look away, turning his attention to the window in an attempt to compose himself. To his surprise, it took longer than he expected to regain his composure. Once he felt ready, he turned back, making an effort to ignore the large white wolf and instead focus on the king. He sensed that the boy was fully aware of the gravity of the situation. "You know why you've been brought here?" the king asked. Peter shook his head emphatically. "I do not, Your Grace." "True, I served your predecessor, but I was unaware of the truth about you at that time. Not that I would have served you then, I must admit, to my everlasting shame." "And why would you not have served me, Lord Baelish?" the king inquired. "King Robert held the crown, Your Grace. Even knowing about you wouldn't have changed that, and I'm neither a brave man nor one with an army to call upon. I served King Robert because I believed in his cause, and I freely admit it allowed me to rise higher than I ever thought possible," he replied, forcing a grim smile before composing his expression. "All men seek to rise, Lord Baelish. But if you rise too high, you'll find it's a long way back down to where you came from," the king remarked, smirking. "As your present situation no doubt proves. Your Grace, surely the mere fact that I served another king is not cause for this?" Peter said, shrugging his shoulders. "You were given a chance to surrender to my forces, Lord Baelish. Riverrun was sure to fall. Yet, instead of kneeling and begging for my forgiveness, you chose to run and hide. From what were you running, my lord? If you truly believe your only wrongdoing was serving another king, do you think me a monster? A tyrant?" the king asked. "Your grandf. Think carefully before you finish that thought, Lord Baelish. I am not my grandfather, but your life hangs in the balance. Your life already hangs by the slimmest of threads, so think carefully, lest that thread be snapped in the blink of an eye," the king warned before snapping his fingers. "Or by the click of my fingers." Peter gulped, realizing he was treading on dangerous ground, something he should avoid if he wanted to see another day. The king displayed far more resolve than most young men. Your Grace, I still don't understand why I'm here," Peter asked nervously, wondering just how much the king actually knew, and to his horror, he found out it was everything. He listened intently as the king spoke of the attack in the Riverlands, revealing that while it was Edmure who approached him, it was Peter who had organized it along with the men behind it. When the king mentioned the life of the man who was lost, Peter felt a chill as he saw the white wolf rise from its resting place and move toward him. He instinctively shrank back on the bed, fearing it was the end. The king not only knew of his involvement in the attack on Lannisport but also had the man he'd sent ready to testify against him. Peter realized he was in deep trouble. Yet, something felt off, and he sensed an opportunity was about to present itself. His instincts proved correct moments later. "Your head, Lord Baelish, your life, your next breath, are mine to grant or take away as I wish. You would agree to this, wouldn't you? Your Grace, I. On this, you would do yourself a favor by agreeing with me, Lord Baelish." "It would save us both time," the king interjected, and Peter nodded. "There will be a trial. You will admit your role and that of your wife, and you will name her for what she truly is, the architect behind these attacks. Am I clear?" "You are, Your Grace." "If you comply, certain considerations will be given regarding your own sentence. Your life, your head, will no longer be mine to dispose of as I please, the king stated, fixing his gaze on Peter. Considerations, your grace. I will take half your coin, Lord Baelish. Half, not all. Your lands and holdings will fall to the crown, and you will be exiled from Westeros. A fair offer, your grace, Peter replied with a nod. Too fair, Lord Baelish, much too fair. But do not mistake this for mercy, it is not. I want the trial over and done with, that is all. Of course, your grace, he said, smiling. One last thing, Lord Baelish. No doubt you'll be thinking of ways to improve this arrangement for yourself. Men like you always do. I'll make you one promise: if your evidence at the trial is not free and forthcoming, if you do not admit to your part and your wife's, I won't bother with a trial for you. I won't care if people call me my grandfather come again. I will see you burn, my lord, and I will ensure it takes a long time until your last breath. With that, the king turned to leave the room. Peter woke to the sound of the cell door opening. He shook his head as he looked at the food that had been brought in. The guard placed the plate down on the small table, and to Peter's surprise, he found he enjoyed the meal as he ate. Yet, a nagging worry lingered: he might face a trial and sentence without the king's presence. He realized there was nothing he could do about that if it came to pass. It was out of his hands, just like everything else while he remained trapped in this cell. Until he was released and back in Essos, he could do nothing about his situation. Bribery, coercion, trying to turn men to his side, none of it would work. So all he could do was wait and plan. He had fallen a few rungs from the top of the ladder, but he had held on. He had not fallen all the way to the ground. The top was still within reach, though it would take far more steps than he wished to take to get there. Then, he saw the red hair and blue eyes of a young girl as she waved to him. He could almost hear her voice as she called his name. That vision gave him the strength he needed to make the climb once more. Sansa, he said, closing his eyes and finding himself transported back in time to Riverrun, all those years ago. This time, it was the girl, not her mother, who entered his room. In King's Landing, 298 AC, Margaery sat in the small council chambers as Sir Richard brought news of the Iron Fleet's attacks on Bear Island and Lannisport. Jaime, Oberyn, Wyman, Willis, Benjen Stark, and her grandmother listened intently as Sir Richard recounted the easy defeats and expressed his belief that Oberyn had been right, that the fleet was sailing next to the shields. Margaery glanced at her grandmother, who appeared somewhat worried, while Jaime and Lord Wyman remained unconcerned. The fleet should be almost on top of them by now, Jaime said. If they got our message, Willis added, looking at her. Margaery looked down at Ghost, rubbing his head as the wolf leaned into her touch. Each night since the fleet had been sent, she had sat with Ghost, confiding in him about how much she missed Jay and what she believed the Iron Fleet was doing, along with her plans to combat it. Sherera, Aemon, Jaime, and Oberyn had all been clear about Jay's warding abilities, and Margaery knew the truth of it from her own experiences with Ghost. The bond between the wolf and Jay was more special than any other, apart from Rhaenys. They got our message, she said, receiving nods in response. We also sent word to the shields themselves. If the Iron Fleet and Euron Greyjoy attempt to take the islands, they'll find them ready, her grandmother remarked. Is there any other business? She asked. As it turned out, there was. Willis requested access to funds for the expansion of the orphanages, and Benjen spoke to her about the loyalists who had accompanied him from the Wall. Margaery instructed him to arrange a meeting with Ser Alliser and Ser Jeremy for later that day. Just as she was about to adjourn the meeting, Benjen added one more thing, something that surprised her greatly. I don't have much experience in big cities, Your Grace. I've been to White Harbor once or twice, and that's pretty much it. But since I've arrived here, I've been struck by the smell, as I'm sure all of you who have been here longer than I have, Benjen said. We have, she replied, nodding in agreement. Is there nothing that can be done? He asked. Prince Tyrion has come up with some plans, Lord Stark. I know His Grace intended to adapt them somewhat, though he hasn't gotten around to it yet. However, we've started work on a project based on the system used in Casterly Rock, she said, glancing at Jaime. It's, of course, far more extensive, and as with all such projects, it's costly and time-consuming. Perhaps it's time we began hiring more workers, Your Grace. We should. Perhaps we should also hire some to clean the streets themselves. It's a temporary solution, but it would help somewhat, she suggested, receiving nods in agreement. Thank you, Lord Benjen, for bringing this to my attention. With the meeting concluded, she rose to her feet, followed by everyone else. As she walked to the door, Loras and Arthur were set to be her guards for the day. Sansa and Mira acted as her ladies, though Margaery's offer to Sansa for some time after her mother's death had been politely declined. She noticed the quick look and smile that Willis gave her friend, and then they began walking through the Red Keep. For some reason, Margaery changed direction at the last moment and headed toward the sparring yards. It wasn't a place she had visited much in the past few weeks. With Jay not sparring, there was no reason for her to go. Yet today, she felt an urge to be there. Shaking her head, unable to decide why that was, they walked out onto the balcony, and soon enough, she was standing and looking down at the sparring grounds beneath her. She smiled when she saw Arya Stark sparring with Lyanna Mormont and the two younger daughters of Oberyn. The four girls had built a friendship of sorts, each keener to spar than to embroider or engage in more traditional pursuits. Margaery observed the lively sparring match in the yard, her mind drifting to the expectations the Starks had of her rule, particularly the younger ones. Arya, in her element, reminded Margaery of Jay, a fact that brought her some comfort. Her husband had always found solace in sparring, using it to clear his mind. As she watched Ghost, Margaery recognized the true reason for her visit. Her bond with the wolf had deepened during their time together. While it wasn't the same connection Jay shared, it was unique and remarkable in its own way. At times, she felt as though she could intuit Ghost's desires, sensing his moods and needs. It was clear he wanted to check on Arya. Sansa, she called softly, prompting her friend to step closer. Your Grace? Sansa replied. Your family. I know you may not want to discuss it, especially with me, but how are you all coping? Robb, your father, Arya, are you managing? Margaery asked, speaking not as a queen, but as a concerned friend. We are, Your Grace, Sansa responded, both of them turning to watch Arya laugh as she bested Obella. If you... Margaery started, but Sansa shook her head. We each have our own way of dealing with it, Your Grace. Arya spars, as you can see. My brother spends time with his betrothed and plans his wedding, while my father focuses on our new brother, ensuring he and Elle are well, Sansa explained. And you? Margaery inquired. I have my duties, Fawn, and Willis, Sansa replied, a brief smile flickering across her face as Margaery nodded in understanding. Very well, Sansa, Margaery said, sensing that her friend wasn't ready to open up to her. A pang of sadness washed over her. Just as she was about to turn away, she heard a voice nearby and noticed both Sansa and Mira frowning. Ghost quickly moved in front of Margaery, his gaze shifting from the sparring yard. At the same time, Margaery noticed the smile on Lord Harold's face and the way he looked her up and down. She hoped, for his sake, that Ghost was merely being protective. If her husband was in his wolf form today, then Lord Harold was certainly walking on thin ice. Given the way he dared to gaze at her, he was already in precarious territory. Your Grace, you're such a beautiful sight to behold on this lovely day, Lord Harold said, reaching for a hand she never offered. Lord Harold, she replied curtly, yet his smile remained unshaken. Have you come to watch the sparring, Your Grace? Had I known you were such a fan, would have arrived earlier to put on a show for your entertainment, he continued, his eyes lingering on her cleavage. Margaery felt Ghost brush against her leg. Have you improved since I last saw you, Lord Harold? I don't recall you possessing any remarkable talent, certainly not at the level of those I'm accustomed to seeing, she said, catching a small chuckle from Sansa and noticing Loras's smile from the corner of her eye. Perhaps you need to become accustomed to a different sword, Your Grace, to compare it to one you haven't seen much of lately, Harold replied, his gaze still lingering on her cleavage. Margaery didn't need to look to see the frowns around her or how Loras's hand shifted slightly toward his sword. If Harold weren't so preoccupied with imagining her without her dress, he might have noticed the bared teeth that Ghost was showing him. I find that after witnessing my husband's skills with his sword, having seen them many times, everyone else pales in comparison, Lord Harold, she said, catching Sansa's blush out of the corner of her eye. Indeed, Your Grace. Tales of His Grace's skills are well known. But with him not here to display those skills, perhaps another swordsman should step up and provide Your Grace with an alternate performance, Harold suggested, smiling at her while trying to appear subtle. Margaery felt Lord Harold's gaze roam over her, a smirk forming on her lips. Do you believe yourself up to the task, Lord Harold? She asked, her tone playful as she searched for a way to entertain herself. If Your Grace would only grant me the chance to show her, I'm certain she'd find me most capable, and that my sword is both good and true, Harold replied. Margaery wondered if he genuinely thought his flirting was charming or if he was simply oblivious to how much it irritated her. I think I'd very much like that, Lord Harold, very much indeed, she said, watching his expression shift. The look on his face was priceless, like a child eager to unwrap a present. His smile radiated, and she noticed his breathing quicken. Ser Loras, perhaps you could test your blade against Lord Harold's, she suggested, and she, along with Sansa, Mira, and even Loras, suppressed their laughter at Harold's startled expression. Only the gods knew how they managed to keep straight faces. I'd be more than happy to, Your Grace, Loras replied, stepping forward. It was evident that Harold had nowhere to retreat and no way to back out without losing face. When he muttered a curse under his breath, Margaery seized the opportunity. Unless, of course, your boasts about your skills are just that, Lord Harold. There's no shame in it. You wouldn't be the first lord to claim to be a swordsman, only to reveal he doesn't know how to wield a blade, she said with a teasing smirk. I only wish I had dressed more appropriately, Your Grace, Harold responded. Then by all means, go and change, Lord Harold. I'm sure Ser Loras won't mind, and perhaps we can turn this into an event. We could invite the court to witness your skills firsthand and show them what a fine swordsman you truly are, she said, trying her hardest not to laugh. After luncheon, Your Grace, Harold said with a bow. After luncheon, Lord Harold, she replied. She waited until he was far enough away that he wouldn't turn back but close enough to hear before she burst out laughing. Sansa laughed, joined by Mira, and when she turned around, she caught sight of the smirk on Arthur's face and the determined, albeit angry, expression on Loras's. I believe my husband would like you to put Lord Harold in his place, as would your sister, she said, glancing at Loras. It will be my great pleasure to do so, Your Grace, Loras replied, reaching out to rub Ghost's head. Her smile widened as she nodded, then turned to walk back into the Red Keep. In King's Landing, 298 AC, Princess Arianne screamed his name once again, her breath growing shallow as he took her over the edge. She felt him spill inside her and lay back, content, as she rolled off him. The fact that he filled their wine glasses and had one ready for her before she even caught her breath showed just how well he knew her. My lion looks most pleased with himself, Arianne said, and Tyrion chuckled. I made my princess scream my name. It is the greatest achievement of my life, and one I should be proud of, no, he replied, taking a sip of his wine. Very proud, my lion, she said, turning to kiss him. Though this was not the only ride you promised me, she added with a pout. You know why I haven't taken you up on Ligeron yet, my love, he said, looking at her. Very well, I'll wait until our wedding night for that ride. But perhaps I should make you wait until then for your next as well, she teased, laughing at the look on his face. Have no fear, my lion. I wouldn't deny myself, even if I should deny you. She took a sip of her wine, and they settled into a comfortable silence. It wasn't that they had nothing to discuss or that they were avoiding certain topics. Arianne had found that Tyrion was an open book when it came to her, and she felt the same way. No subject was off limits, and they shared things with each other that neither would tell anyone else. Her betrothed, however, was a. Arianne was a thinker and a planner, and she had many dreams for their future together. It seemed they both did their best thinking after exhausting themselves in each other's arms, a testament to their compatibility. When sleep finally came, she couldn't tell how long it lasted, but she awoke alone the next morning. True to his nature, Tyrion had left a note on the table to explain his absence. She smiled as she read it before getting up and calling for a bath. Soon, Arianne was soaking in the warm water, letting it soothe her stiff bones and muscles. It was always the same after a long night, whether from Tyrion's tender attentions or the way she slept afterward. Her body craved a warm bath before she could face the day. And what a day it would be, the final fittings for her dress and the last preparations for her return to Dorne. Her time away from home was coming to an end. She hoped Tyrion could join her, but until they had news about the Ironborn and the king, she knew he wouldn't be able to. Arianne was reluctant to spend time apart, as she had grown accustomed to the comforting presence of his body beside her in bed. After stepping out of the bath, she allowed the maids to dress her and fix her hair before walking down the hall to Oberyn's, ready to break her fast. I told you, right on time, Nym said as Arianne entered the room. Arianne smiled at her cousin while relaying her breakfast order to the maid and taking her seat. No Obara this morning? She asked Tyene, who was sitting between Elia and Obella. Our sister has made some new friends, Tyene replied with a shrug. New friends? Arianne asked, just as she heard Illyria's voice behind her. Her aunt walked to the table, holding Doria and Larisa by their hands. The wildling woman and the Stark and Mormont girls, Nym said, taking a bite of her food as Arianne's own plate arrived. Aren't those last two more suited to Elia or Obella? Arianne inquired. Both girls shot annoyed looks at Arianne. They are our friends, and they were our friends first, Obella said, her frustration evident. Mama says we must eat and go to our lessons before we can play. Bella, you know this, Elia replied. Indeed, she knows it well, Illyria chimed in, kissing Elia on the cheek before taking her seat between her two youngest cousins. As they ate, laughter filled the air while Obella made futile attempts to escape her lessons so she and Elia could go sparring. Illyria, unfazed, listened as Obella complained that Arya Stark had no lessons to attend, so why should she? Arianne understood why Arya had been allowed such freedom, but that did little to comfort Obella, who found it all terribly unfair. When breakfast was over, the girls, along with their youngest sisters and Illyria, headed off to their lessons, leaving Arianne alone with Nym and Tyene. Is the fitting before or after lunch? Nym asked. Before. I have to meet with Lord Manderley for lunch to discuss future trade for Dorne, Arianne replied. Dull, boring trade. Gods, I'm so glad I'm not a princess, Tyene said with a smirk. At least you'll eat well, cousin, during your boring and dull meeting, Nym added, making Arianne chuckle. It was true, one thing you could always count on was a good lunch when meeting with Lord Wyman. The next few hours were spent being poked and prodded with pins as the dress went through its final fitting. Arianne could almost envision how it would look on the day she wore it while walking down the aisle. Her meeting with Lord Wyman turned out better than she had hoped. The new trading routes in the east would be open to all, and Dornish goods were already doing well in Essos. Still, more coin would only solidify her popularity among the lords of Dorne, a popularity that was steadily growing, especially among the newest lords. They had lost so many, and together with Oberyn, she had poured her efforts into rebuilding their standing. Arianne was surrounded by lists of second sons and cousins, even distant relatives now put in charge of keeps and lands. The blood royals were finally gone, as were the Wills, two of her most troublesome bannermen no longer in a position to cause her any trouble. She hoped they were enjoying their new life at the Wall, but the thought of that cold, unforgiving place brought her brother to mind. Arianne resolved to speak to Benjen Stark and the wildlings to find out what life was truly like there. They could tell her if there was any way she could make it more comfortable for those from Dorne who had been sentenced to it. "My niece looks troubled," Oberyn said as he walked into her room. Arianne sat alone at her desk, papers half-written and unsigned in front of her. "Thoughts of the future and of the past, uncle. Is there any news from the war?" she asked, curious about his visit, though she welcomed it. "Not since we heard from Lannisport and the North," Oberyn replied, taking a seat and pouring himself a glass of wine. Arianne shook her head when he offered to pour her one. "You believe they'd dare attack Dorne?" she asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Oberyn laughed. "Greyjoy would not be so foolhardy. Besides, there are more interesting targets long before his fleet would ever reach our shores." "But we're ready?" she asked, anxiety creeping in. "We're ready. Now, what is it that truly troubles my niece?" She took a moment, reaching for her own glass, water, not wine, and swallowed it down. "I must return to Dorne, and yet I do not wish to do so alone," she confessed, looking at him earnestly. "Tyrion?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "Not just him. All of you." "I'll be the only one there, uncle. Father, Quentyn, they're both gone, and Trystane is still just a boy. You, Ilaria, my cousins." Oberyn stood up, walked to her, and knelt down, taking her hands in his. "Do you really think my children would let you prepare for your wedding alone, Ari?" "That I would allow them to do so?" he asked, looking at her intently. "But you, here?" she replied, puzzled. "I will be here today, tomorrow, or a week from now. My niece is to be wed, and my girls, along with my love, will ensure the wedding exceeds even her wildest dreams," Oberyn said with a smile. She hugged him tightly, grateful. "Thank you," she said, but Oberyn chided her gently. "You are my niece, my princess, my blood." "You owe me no thanks," he said, his tone affectionate. That evening, they shared dinner as a family. Ilaria was annoyed with Oberyn for ruining the surprise, while Enwime and Tyene discussed their return openly now that the secret was out. By the time Arianne reached her rooms that night, she felt as if she were walking on air. She smiled when she saw Tyrion waiting for her. "Did my princess have a good day?" Tyrion asked before kissing her. "A very good day, my lion," she replied, starting to undress. The Battle of the Shield Islands, 298 AC. Kevin Lannister stood on the deck, watching as the fleet split in two once the ships had joined them outside Old Town. Lord Montfort and his brother Oraine Waters were ostensibly in charge of the fleet, yet it was he and Lord Paxter Redwine who provided the bulk of the ships. Giving the Lion's Mane to serve as Montfort's flagship had been a concession to the king and to Jaime. In total, there were half a dozen pinnacle ships and almost 200 others. Kevin hadn't seen a fleet like this since the last time the Greyjoys had attempted to rebel. A smile crossed his face at the thought of putting them in their place out here on the open sea. That opportunity had been denied to him after they'd burned the fleet at Lannisport. While he had taken his vengeance on them on their pile of rocks for that offense, he felt they still owed him a larger debt. Were it not for the Ironborn, Tywin would still be alive. Today, Kevin felt a mix of emotions as he reflected on his life since his brother's passing. Deep down, he knew things had turned out for the better, but he still missed him. "Blood for blood," he murmured as they passed by Brightwater Keep and the shields came into view. It surprised him, yet didn't, to think that this would be the battleground. He had left King's Landing after discussing strategy with Jaime, Montfort, and the Master of Ships, who suggested that the Iron Fleet would likely attack at the shields. But Kevin believed they might aim for Lannisport, Casterly Rock, or even Old Town. Regardless of their target, their route remained unchanged. The Ironborn would first need to join Paxter's fleet near Old Town before launching their assault, and that was precisely what they did. As the ships came into view, he prepared to give orders, but then he burst out laughing. Not only had Montfort been right, but the damn bird had known too. He hoped it was well fed, as it deserved every bit of it. Following their request, he had brought the bird with him, keeping it in his cabin with its cage door open during meetings. For days, it had done nothing but eat and make a mess. One evening, as he returned to his cabin, he heard the bird squawking. Rushing inside, he found it perched on his table. No matter how hard he tried to shoo it away, it refused to leave, pecking eagerly at his map. The Shield Islands were getting battered by the bird's relentless pecking, and when he noticed, he asked, "The Shields?" The bird squawked loudly in response. It was a strange world he found himself in. He had supported a boy he and others believed to be a bastard, only to discover he was truly a dragon in disguise. That boy had climbed his way to the throne. Along the way, he had forged a deep friendship with a Northman, one so genuine that they planned to unite their houses in the future. Over the years, Kevin had begun to build a position that would rival any in the realm. Westeros had built ships unlike anything anyone had ever seen before. Alongside Wyman, he had established a trading route that was the largest in the known world. Now, he was both lord and admiral of his own fleet. He chuckled to himself, realizing that taking orders from birds wasn't such a stretch after everything he had experienced. "Fire!" he shouted, a smile spreading across his face as thoughts of avenging his brother and serving his king filled him with purpose. Fire and show the squids what happens when dragons and lions unite as one. Montfort Valerion knew they would definitely need some of these ships in the royal fleet. He strolled along the deck of the Lion's Mane, admiring how it sailed and cut through the water as if the sea itself parted for it. Even the cabins were more comfortable than most keeps he had stayed in, and the ship's firepower was something he could hardly wait to see in action. He glanced at the ships surrounding him. Paxter's Arbor Queen sailed a little way off to his right, while Lorraine took up the rear. Seeing so many ships sailing together reminded him of the royal fleet his father had commanded and the storm that had led to its downfall. It made him think of Corlys the Sea Snake and the impressive fleet he had at his disposal. To count himself among such company filled him with pride, just as the three-headed dragon emblazoned on each ship did. The dragons were once again in command, as it should always be. His house and theirs were connected like no other, and the king had proven the truth of his words when he promised they would rise again all those years ago. Driftmark had prospered from trading deals, leading to improvements in the keep and on the island itself. Soon, they would begin constructing even more ships to sail under his command. Finally, he had a true chance to prove his worth and show that the role he had been given was one he truly deserved. Montfort hadn't really had a chance to prove himself during the war. His king had little need for him or the other lords of the Narrow Sea. Unlike Kevin, Paxter, and even Orain, he didn't mind that the dragons weren't soaring overhead. They had their moments of glory. It was finally time for Montfort to earn some of his own. "Lord Paxter, my lord," Lucian said, handing him the Myrish eye. "Let's see what our Lord of Grapes wants, shall we?" Montfort took the device from his first mate. As he peered through the eye, he saw Paxter signal that they had spotted the Iron Fleet. Montfort gestured to Lucian, confirming he received the message, and then turned to survey the shields ahead of them. They had sailed far wider of the shields than he normally would, all to approach unseen from the west. Montfort noted the Iron Fleet closing in on Green and Grey Shield and wondered if Oakenshield and South Shield were facing similar threats. If they were, he trusted Lord Kevin would handle them. His focus needed to be on the enemy in front of him, and he was determined to confront them. "Ready the attack, fly the flag," he shouted as he counted the ships ahead. When he finished, he was certain the Iron Fleet had split, and in doing so, they had sealed their fate. Had he faced their entire fleet alone, he would have been outnumbered. But with the pinnacles on his side, they were more than evenly matched ship for ship. Eager to close the distance, Montfort was interrupted when Lannister's first mate hurried to stand beside him. "We're ready to fire, my lord," Gareth Farman said. The young man was the fourth oldest of Lady Jane's sons and would have been captain of this ship had Montfort not been aboard. "Aye, as soon as we're in range, Gareth," Montfort replied, turning to raise the Myrish eye once more. "We're in range, my lord," Gareth announced, and Montfort looked to the horizon. The young man watched as Montfort nodded. "For real?" he asked, surprised. "For real, my lord," Montfort replied. "Give the order," he said, raising his gaze. The bolt flew through the air, and Montfort was stunned by the distance it covered and the damage it caused. It crashed through the hull of the iron-borne longship as if it were made of paper instead of the hardest wood. Another bolt struck, sinking the ship as more began to rain down. All around him, the enemy vessels were being hit, with the three pinnacles performing their duties flawlessly. Montfort observed as the longship's own responses fell woefully short, failing to come anywhere close to his ships. "Cease fire," he commanded after the third volley had been launched. "My lord?" Gareth asked, confused. "It's not fair for us to have all the fun, lad. If we keep firing, the others will never get a shot off," Montfort said, chuckling. Gareth quickly joined in his laughter. When he saw the first balls of pitch coming their way, he wondered if he was making a mistake, but they fell short. The Iron-born seemed either to lack skill in their aim or to already know they were beaten. It might very well be both, he thought, watching their arrows and scorpion bolts fly wide. He gave the order for another volley when he saw his own hits land. His fleet had tasted war, and now it was time to finish it. While each man could claim he had done his part, it would be the pinnacles that would win the day. "Fire," he shouted, and a dozen bolts flew from the side of the ship. "Fire the firebolts," he commanded moments later. Soon, the sea was awash with burning ships, and as he looked through his Myrish eye, he could see that the Iron-born were retreating. In South Shield, 298 AC, Ser Talbot Serry had been waiting for this day since the Ravens had come. He felt both dread and anticipation in equal measure. To fight and protect his home was the stuff of dreams, yet it was also something he had never wished to come to pass. Yet, he sought glory and recognition, but received none during the War of the One True King. He had ridden alongside the other lords and heirs of the Reach, yet had seen no real action. The war ended before it truly began, leaving his blade dry and unused. Talbot longed for tales of valor, epic stories of battle, and even if he couldn't be the hero, he wished he could have witnessed some of it firsthand. In the end, all he heard were stories of glory, the king battling Robert Baratheon at the God's Eye, the Northmen defeating the Vale Lords at the Second Battle of the Trident. He spoke to men who had seen the king's dragon unleash flames upon the Golden Company, and men who participated in the fall of Riverrun. Meanwhile, he and his friends had marched only to arrive when it was all over. Now, standing on his ship and watching the fleet approach, he wondered whether he would see guts or glory today. "Perhaps both," he said with a wry grin, glancing back toward South Shield and hoping his father, mother, and sister were safe and well. Around him were 10 other ships, half of the Serry fleet. Though he wished for the other half, he knew it wouldn't make much difference. More than 100 ships were sailing his way, and adding another 10 wouldn't change the odds. Talbot reached down to feel the hilt of his trusty longsword, a smile creeping across his face. "Well, Roselips, it's just you and me against all these Iron-born. What do you say? Feel up to kissing one or two of them before we put you back to rest?" He drew the sword and looked south, noting the absence of any ships coming to offer aid. It seemed to take an eternity for the Iron-born to come into range, and he watched as they and his own ships began firing their pitch balls and flaming arrows. Talbot instructed his men to hold the scorpion bolts for now. Even if one or two of his ships found success, it wouldn't do him much good, as the same could be said for the enemy. Talbot knew that the Iron-born could afford to lose more ships than he could. Spotting the Kraken's sails, he ordered the Scorpions to fire. Around him, several of his ships had sustained damage. He watched as some limped away while others were not so fortunate. "We're out, Sir," Ethan said, and Talbot turned to see the longship heading straight for them. "To arms," he shouted, bracing himself for the impending collision. He gripped the rail tightly, grateful he did, as he heard a scream behind him followed by a splash, a grim reminder that not all of his men would be as lucky that day. With rose lips in hand, he cut down the first reaver who boarded his ship, preparing to face a second. His blade was now slick with blood, and as he dispatched the second attacker, the cheers of his men surged behind him. Whether it was their encouragement or the thoughts of his family that fueled him, he couldn't tell. All he knew was that he felt stronger and more determined. As he ducked an axe and took the head of the man who wielded it, the cheers grew even louder. By the time the fighting subsided, he had slain perhaps 6 men. To his surprise, the crew of the Ironborn ship was not as fierce or numerous as he had anticipated. He estimated there were fewer than 20 men aboard. Turning to address his crew, he was about to reassure them that all was not lost when he realized the cheers were not for him as he had thought. The fleet had arrived, and the Ironborn were now outnumbered. Talbot saw the imposing Lannister ships, the vessels bearing the grapes of red wine, and the 3-headed dragon flying high. Yet, it was the sight of the 10 ships displaying his house's sigil that brought a smile to his face. He looked toward the beach of South Shield, still untouched by the presence of the squids. "For South Shield," he shouted, raising rose lips high in the air. "For South Shield," the crew echoed back. The silence. Euron Greyjoy. Carnage, bloodshed, chaos, it was glorious in its horror, and Talbot stood at the bow of the silence, ready to face whatever came next. Euron reveled in the chaos around him. It didn't matter that his men were being slaughtered, that his ships were sinking, or that his fleet was on the losing end of the bloodshed. As he looked toward Oakenshield, he laughed loudly, a sound that echoed across the battlefield. He didn't stop until a scorpion bolt whizzed too close to the silence, prompting him to turn and see who had dared to fire upon a god. He had seen the pinnacle ships before, but never at this range and never aimed directly at him. Doubts began to creep in about the wisdom of what he had told Victarion. The second bolt barely missed his mast, and Euron turned to shout at the tumbleless freaks to drop their oars. When the third bolt struck the figurehead, he heard a splash as Aaron fell into the water below, and he laughed even louder. "It seems the drowned god wants you after all, brother. Give him my regards," he called out as he felt the silence begin to pull away. He glanced up at the sky, frowning. There was still no sign of his dragon anywhere, and around him, his ships were falling far too quickly. He had anticipated losses, men were easy enough to replace. While ships gave him an edge, it wouldn't be them that secured him a crown or a place between the thighs of a rose. Only a dragon could do that, yet the skies remained devoid of them. A sudden splash behind him pulled his attention away from the sky. He turned to see the pinnacle ship and others in pursuit, their bolts falling short of his ship, but their relentless chase was not something he could withstand for long. "They are coming. Blow the horn. Blow the horn or lose him forever. Blow the horn or you will die. Even a god can fall." The voice sounded louder this time, tinged with panic. As Euron glanced back at the ships behind him, he felt a flicker of that panic, too. He couldn't fall, he was a god, born to rule over every living thing, to impose his will on every man, woman, and child, not just in Westeros, but in Essos as well. So Thoros and Ulthos were destined to fall, and they would all be his. Euron glanced at the dragon horn resting on its stand. He had brought it to the deck after hearing the voice for the first time today. He had thought it was a sign, a signal that his destiny was at hand. Yet, the dragon had not yet come, his mount had not arrived. "They are coming. Blow the horn," the voice urged. "Blow the horn or lose him forever. Blow the horn or you will die. Even a god can fall." Looking back at the ships, he noticed they had put some distance between them. The oars were giving him an edge, and he realized it was now or never. They would be caught, the silence would be sunk. As the voice echoed in his mind, he understood the truth: even a god could fall. With determination, he moved toward the dragon horn and lifted it. Dragon binder was the only tool he needed, and although there was no dragon in sight, he had always known that a dragon would soon be bound. All he had to do was blow. Ahogowoia. The sound erupted, resonating powerfully, and the runes on the horn began to glow. Euron felt the energy surge through him, the fire within him igniting. But as dragon binder slipped from his grasp and he fell to his knees, blood flowed from his eye. He screamed as the world faded from view, darkness descending around him. The silence. He stood up and wiped his eye, noticing the blood on his hands looked different, as did the deck of the ship. It took him a moment to realize why. Bending down, he carefully picked up the dragon horn and placed it back on its stand. Looking around, he could see the distant fires of burning ships, the battle approaching its inevitable conclusion. Raising his hands to the air, he smiled as the wind calmed. He turned to give the order for the ship to sail westward. It was time to leave this place, all other directions were lost to him for now. As he walked to the stern of the ship, he gazed at the pinnacle and the others fell back, just as he had anticipated, and soon they vanished from his sight. Not that he truly cared, he would see them all again soon enough, and when he did, it would be from atop a dragon's back. He tapped his breastplate, feeling the coolness of the Valyrian steel, then bent down to pick up the axe, noting it was crafted from the same substance. It was a welcome gift, just like the others he had sent Euron to retrieve for him over the years. For many years, he had witnessed countless events and devised numerous plans. Some had succeeded, others had failed, some were contingencies, and some were merely stepping stones to larger ambitions yet to be realized. Euron had started as a means to an end, and in time, he would have brought him to him when he became king, delivering the treasures he had sent him to fetch. He would have transformed from the body of a crippled boy into that of a pirate. He would have blown the horn and bound a dragon to himself, unaware that only a dragon could truly bind another dragon. Brynden would have taken him as his vessel, living until it was time to make the next leap. Though he may not have lived as a king in the old world, once he had, he would have lived all the same. Now, however, everything would be different. His kin wouldn't even see him coming, instead, he would blind them to every move he made. And in the land of the blind, the man with one eye is king, he said, laughing as he descended the stairs and entered the cabin below. Valyria, 298 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen. He waited in the hall for what felt like hours, speaking with Rhaenys until she left him alone once more. That she could be there one moment and fade away the next would have had him shouting out her name under normal circumstances, and it had already happened once today. But he was starting to grow accustomed to it and to this place. When he concentrated, the sounds around him resembled whispered conversations, just beyond his grasp. Jay drank his water and finished the last of his food, the bread, fruit, and meat not having been enough to satiate him. It lasted longer than he had anticipated. The truth was, he wasn't even truly hungry, he had eaten out of habit, simply looking for something to occupy his time. As the minutes stretched on, he scanned the hall, taking in the walls, the floor, and even the ceiling. For the first time, he noticed just how different it looked compared to the Red Keep, Casterly Rock, or Winterfell. The stone was smoother, and the joins where the stones met seemed almost invisible to the naked eye. If he didn't know better, he would have sworn the entire hall had been carved from a single block of stone. He rubbed his fingers along the wall, searching for the joins, trying to convince himself that it was just a trick of the light. Stonezingers, a woman's voice called from behind him. He turned to see an older woman with silver hair standing there, a woman he recognized immediately. "Grandmother?" he asked, his voice loud but shaky, the sound echoing through the hall. "Jaehaerys," his grandmother replied, a smile spreading across her face. He rushed to her, wrapping his arms around her tightly as she enveloped him in her embrace, his head resting on her shoulder. When he finally pulled back to look at her, tears streamed down his cheeks, which she gently wiped away with her thumbs. Grandmother," he stammered, feeling overwhelmed. She took his hand in hers and began to lead him from the hall. Jay followed her willingly, their footsteps echoing in the silence. There were a million things he wished to say, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Finally, he focused on the only thoughts that came to mind, Viserys and Dany. "I tried, grandmother. I tried. I didn't think. I thought I had more time," he said, hoping she would understand. "Hush, Jaehaerys. My son's fate was not your fault," she reassured him. Dany misses you, grandmother. She misses you. I showed her. She saw. Was I wrong to let her see that? She needed to know how I felt, grandson, and that for me, there was never a. It was always to be her, always her. I have no regrets, except that I couldn't be with her. I've watched her grow and become someone extraordinary. You and she are all I ever wished for, his grandmother said as they walked down the stairs into another large room. Jaehaerys found himself looking more at her than at the new space they entered. His grandmother appeared older than when he had last seen her in the glass candles, which struck him as both strange and familiar. It took a moment for his mind to process her words, and when it finally did, a wave of questions surged within him, questions he knew he had to voice. "You saw Dany?" he asked as the door closed behind them. "I saw you both, and Viserys too. We could always see you, Jaehaerys. It's our curse, in a way, to see and not be able to touch, to speak, or to hold you when you cry or feel scared," she replied, her voice tinged with sadness, though she smiled as he squeezed her hand. "How come you can be here?" he asked, and then an idea struck him. "Dany. I can bring her here to you." She could. His excitement faltered as he noticed the look on his grandmother's face. "It can only be you, Jaehaerys. If Dany were to set foot in this place, she would suffer greatly, just like Arya. Only you can walk these lands," his grandmother explained. "Why?" "Because only you possess the magic to do so, my son," a woman's voice said from behind him. He turned quickly and saw her, her tanned skin, long dark hair, and dark eyes that reminded him so much of her brother's. Yet she looked just as fit and vibrant as she had in his dreams and visions. Jaehaerys didn't say a word. Instead, he embraced her as warmly as she welcomed him. This woman, who had named him her son despite not being his blood. "Elia," he said softly. "Jaehaerys," she replied, gently moving him back so she could look into his eyes. Elia held his face gently, her hands resting on either cheek as she studied him. "I read your letter," he said, looking down at the ground. "I meant those words with all my heart. You are my son, Jaehaerys, as surely as if I had birthed you myself. You are the brother of my children, the blood of my blood," Elia replied, smiling warmly. Ray was here," he said, glancing around frantically. "Ray. Rje," he called out, only for Elia to hush him gently. "I've seen my daughter. Now I would like to spend some time with my son, if he'll let me," Elia said. He nodded in agreement. Together with his grandmother, one on either side of him, Jay held onto each of their arms as they walked through rooms and descended stairs. He barely noticed how deeply they were going into the building. Instead, he listened intently as Elia recounted stories of chasing after Ray and Valyrian, while his grandmother shared memories of what his father had been like as a boy. Jay laughed at the scrapes and adventures his father had gotten into, then chuckled at Elia's tales of growing up in Dorne. Eventually, they arrived in what felt like a temple of sorts. Before him stood an altar, or at least, what he assumed to be one, while the walls were adorned with images of the Valyrian gods, as his grandmother had described. Eryx, Agarax, Valyrian, Caraxes, Galathox, Malays, Meraxes, Shrikos, Syrax, Tessarian, Tyraxes, Vermax, Vermithor, Vagar, the 14 Flames, grandson, his grandmother said. It was they who granted the 40 the power to absorb the magic of this place. They allowed it to strengthen rather than destroy those who shared in it. For mark my words, Jaehaerys, magic can and does destroy. It corrupts, it questions, it seeks out the darkest parts of your soul. And the more of it you possess, the more darkness you're capable of. Have you not felt this? Have you not succumbed to it? Elia asked. Aye. Vengeance is not yours to give, Jaehaerys Targaryen. You are but a man. A powerful man, yes, a strong one, true, but still a man. Justice is the way of the righteous. Vengeance is a dark path for an ordinary man, and for someone with your gifts, it's even darker. Are you talking about Doran? He asked, noticing Elia nod. Catelyn too, his grandmother replied. I understand you believed you were doing what was good, what was just. You thought they both deserved to suffer. But you are a king, Jaehaerys Targaryen, and you have the law on your side. To act as you did, to use magic in that way, to be seduced into wielding its power like that, this is not what any of us would wish for you. Elia's gaze was steady, filled with concern rather than anger or disappointment. Jaehaerys felt a flicker of relief. As ashamed as he was starting to feel, he wasn't sure he could bear their disappointment on top of it. He had tortured Doran and Catelyn, convinced that the voice guiding him was just, that it was right. He had listened to that voice, allowing it to lead him. Their minds had become his playground, and even in this place, he had toyed with her until the very end. The voice had whispered that the idea of her losing her head was a fitting end to her suffering, far better than she deserved. And he had obeyed, ensuring she suffered right to the end. You saw it, Jaehaerys. You felt what it's like, Elia said, her expression intense. Hotter, myself? He asked, and she nodded. Next time, you'll be ready, Elia said, her voice sounding distant. You'll need to be, his grandmother added as Jay turned. And just like that, they were gone, leaving him alone once more. Jaehaerys looked around the room, aware that he wouldn't be left alone for long. He heard the sound of a harp and felt drawn to it. As he moved toward the music, he soon found his father sitting in a cozy room filled with books, some open in front of him, but his focus remained on the harp. The melody was soft, soothing, and melodic. As Jay listened, the doubts and questions raised by his grandmother and Elia began to fade away. When the music stopped, he felt a pang of disappointment, but that quickly turned to excitement when his father looked his way and smiled. My son, his father said warmly. Father, Jay replied, rooted to the spot. It was his father who approached him, and Jay found himself unable to move, captivated by the moment. Though he had seen his father before, this felt like the first time he truly saw him. They stood at eye level, their builds almost identical. His father's silver hair, while different from Jay's own black locks, was styled in the same way. The keen look in his father's eyes surprised him, especially after what his grandmother had said. It seemed his father was experiencing this moment as deeply as he was. Long have I wished for this moment, son, his father said as he embraced him. Mother? Jay asked, curiosity tinged with uncertainty. His father shook his head. Your mother has her own words for you, words meant only for a mother and son, not for my ears or anyone else's. Each of those who wished to speak with you had their own wisdom to share. Now, it's time for mine. Walk with me, son. Jay nodded, and once again, he found himself walking down the stairs. This time, it felt different. When the light hit him, he was stunned to discover he wasn't below ground but above it. That wasn't the only surprise. Valyria appeared whole and vibrant, its people bustling about their daily routines, laughing, joking, eating. Merchants were buying and selling, while families enjoyed their day together. In the sky, countless dragons soared, and Jay marveled at their various sizes and colors as they glided gracefully above him. Jaehaerys felt the ground tremble beneath him, and when he looked to his father, he found him gazing intently back. All around them, chaos erupted. A wall of molten rock surged, consuming everything in its path, while the desperate screams of the people echoed as they tried to escape in vain. Jay raised his eyes to the sky and witnessed dragons engulfed in flames, their forms of flesh transforming back into pure fire. The sky itself appeared to burn, casting a crimson glow over the ground below. He realized that the 14 flames were reclaiming Valyria, drawing it back into their fiery embrace. The doom had arrived, and it was a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. "Magic, my son, this is the price of magic," his father said solemnly. Almost as quickly as it had begun, it ended. Jay looked over the scorched earth, where once vibrant lives had been reduced to ash. The sky remained red and burning, but now it was empty. "Follow me," his father urged, and Jay obeyed. As they walked, the landscape shifted, fire giving way to ice. Jay glanced at his father, who pointed ahead. There, he saw a figure sitting on a throne of ice, his eyes closed and his posture slumped against the seat. As he studied the figure more closely, Jay realized that this icy being was more familiar than he initially thought. He had seen him before, depicted in the walls of Winterfell and Dragonstone. "The Night King?" he whispered. "A king for a king, Jaehaerys," his father replied. Once again, the sky above began to transform. Jay watched in astonishment as day turned to night in an instant, the passage of time almost too swift for him to comprehend. The Night King remained slumped on his throne, while days and nights flickered by in rapid succession. After what felt like an eternity, time began to slow. The days and nights stretched longer, and finally, it was day once more. Looking at the throne, Jaehaerys saw the Night King stir. He watched as those otherworldly blue eyes opened and what seemed like a smile appeared on his face. Instinctively, he reached for the sword at his hip, but his father's hand grabbed his arm, stopping him. Before he knew it, he was standing in the large open area where he and Rhaenys had landed, and he could see her resting ahead. "Now is not the time, son, but it will come, and soon," his father said. "He, the Night King, you said a king for a king?" Jaehaerys asked. "There can be only one, Jaehaerys, and that one is you." "He, the Doom? Was that him?" Jaehaerys inquired. While the 40 shared, the Great Other did not. He took them one by one until he had them all, and their power became his own. But power is a curious thing, Jaehaerys. The more you have, the more you want. With magic, this desire intensifies. You feel it as a thirst for knowledge, for control, a yearning to discover just how much you can do with the magic you possess. Eventually, that yearning will either strengthen you or destroy you, it will corrupt you or make you whole. "I was corrupted," he said, shame filling his voice. "No," his father replied firmly. "What you did was good and true. How you did it was not. There's a difference, my son, one you know here." He touched Jaehaerys' chest, placing his palm over his heart. "How am I to stop someone who could? The Doom, how do I stop someone who can do that?" Jaehaerys asked, desperation creeping into his tone. "Just as you use your magic and pay a cost, so does he. You saw him after. For 400 years he has slept, and only now that he's awake does he realize he's failed," his father said with a smile. "Failed? He ended Valyria, father." "No, Jay. He did not. You are Valyria. You, your sister, your dragon, 3 heads of the dragon. One who lived, one who died, and one that was reborn. Together, you are stronger than he. His recovery is. He's not yet complete, and it will take many years for him to regain his full strength. As for your own, you can feel it within you. Just as he has the power to destroy, you have the power to create. Light and dark, two sides of the same coin. Do you remember what my grandfather said about us? That madness and greatness are two sides of the same coin. Every time a new Targaryen is born, the gods toss the coin in the air, and the world holds its breath to see how it will land, Jaehaerys replied. With you, my son, the world and I have never needed to hold our breaths, his father said, smiling brightly at him. Chapter 145, The Lands Eternal. Valyria, 298 AC. Jaehaerys Targaryen sat with his father, captivated by the stories unfolding before him. His father shared tales from his life, stories that Jae was certain even Arthur had never heard. In turn, Jae recounted his own experiences, of Margaery, Jaime, and the Lannisters, who had embraced him like family. Talking about his true father while speaking of his father by choice could have felt strange, perhaps even disrespectful, but it didn't. It felt right. His father seemed to cherish hearing about all that Jaime had done for him, encouraging Jae to express his gratitude when he returned home. When Jae mentioned Aemon, Sharera, Tyrion, and Dany, his father was both surprised and unsurprised. Jae realized there were limits to what they knew about his life. The absence of Rhaenys during their conversation and the fact that Rhaenys had not awakened at all were explained to him. Jae felt a wave of relief knowing that she was spending time with their family and would be with his father once he left. Eventually, Jae said his goodbyes, struggling to keep his tears at bay. He managed to hold them back for only a few moments after his father departed. "Mother?" he called out as he saw a figure emerge from behind Rhaenys. "Mother," he called again, his voice trembling with emotion as he looked at her through tear-filled eyes. "Jaehaerys," she responded, a smile brightening her face. Before she could finish her sentence, Jae rushed toward her, nearly lifting her off the ground in his excitement. He heard his mother's laughter as he embraced her tightly. Despite the tears streaming down his face, Jae found himself laughing too. "My sweet son," she whispered, gazing into his eyes. It was as if she, just like Elia and his father, was memorizing every detail of his face, and Jae felt compelled to do the same with her. He had seen her before, drawn her, even dreamed of her, yet this moment felt different. It felt more real, especially with her warmth enveloping him in that embrace. Jaehaerys felt as if his face was just inches from hers. It was more vivid, more real, like the difference between dreaming and waking. His fingers traced her features, and as he closed his eyes, she gently touched his forehead, his cheeks, his nose, and finally his lips. When he opened his eyes, she was smiling at him, her own eyes brimming with tears that he quickly wiped away. Her eyes mirrored his, though Arya's were slightly lighter. She had dark brown hair like their uncle's, and there was an indescribable vibrancy about her. Over the years, he had heard countless tales about her from Uncle Ned and Benjen, from Nan and others at Winterfell. He had listened to stories from those who knew her briefly, like Ser Richard, and from those who spent more time with her, like Ser Arthur. She had been described as beautiful, fierce, strong, and determined. Howland had spoken of her bravery and fearlessness, saying she resembled Arya the most. As Jaehaerys stood there, looking at her, he could see all of that, but there was something else he sensed, something that took him a moment to identify. She reminded him of Margaery, even more than Arya or anyone else. He wondered if that was why he had fallen for his wife. They looked nothing alike and were as different as night and day in their interests. Yet, there was this feeling he couldn't quite name. It was more than just strength or determination. It was a sense he only ever felt when looking at his wife. "It's love, son," she said, kissing his cheek. Jaehaerys looked at her in shock. "How?" he asked, unable to finish his thought, bewildered by how she knew what was on his mind. "I've seen you with her, Jaehaerys. She loves you with all her heart, as do I. It's full, unconditional, and rare. I felt it with your father, and as your mother, I have it for you, my son," she said, smiling. "How come I can't see it with others? Surely I'm not. Am I the only one who knows that kind of love?" he asked. She laughed, and soon, he found himself laughing too, though he wasn't quite sure why. While it's rare, it's not unknown, she replied. But why would you notice it in someone else? It's not for you to know their hearts, only your own. She took his hand and led him away from the open space where Rhaenys lay sleeping. You were happy, you and father? He asked. It was a question he had posed to his father before, one he had asked nearly everyone who knew them, except for those who had worked against them. Very much so, just as my son is with his own love, she said. In that moment, the final piece of doubt he had carried deep within him, the one he thought was gone, finally faded away. His mother led him to a small pool with a weirwood tree beside it. Jay was stunned to see one here and reached out to touch it, wanting to confirm its reality. The bark felt rough against his fingers as his mother urged him to sit on one of the large rocks nearest the pool. I thought they only grew in Westeros, he remarked, glancing at the red leaves on the tree. They usually do, but there is magic in those trees, Jaehaerys, and this is a place of magic. That is the only one that survived the doom, she explained. The last sapling of what was once a forest of them. What is this place, truly? How are you here? Why are you here? He asked, his curiosity piqued. His mother laughed once more. Such an inquisitive mind you have, just like your father. Am I? He inquired, watching her nod. Oh, not in temperament, though Rhaegar did change after Harrenhal. But in other ways, you and he are one. In how you feel, how much you care, how you think, and the decisions you make. You are your father's son in more ways than one, my son. And my mother's, he added, and she smiled even more broadly. And your mother's, she affirmed. They sat in silence for a few moments, Jay feeling the breeze on his face and listening to the rustling of the leaves. His mother sat quietly, watching as Jaehaerys leaned back, gazing up at the sky. The shapes of the clouds reminded him of the dragons that once called this place home. There are things you need to see, Jaehaerys, things that you need to know. I wish we had more time together, but for now, this is all we are given, she said gently. For now? He asked, a hint of concern in his voice. One day, my son. One day, but not today, she replied, reaching out to take his hand in hers. When I go, carve the face in the tree, seek what you need, and learn all there is to know. I don't. Please, don't go, he pleaded, gripping her hand tightly. His mother leaned in to kiss his cheek and held him close. I love you, my son. From the moment I knew I was with child, right up to the first time I held you in my arms, I've loved you with all of my heart. Your father and I, everything we did, everything it caused, knowing how it would have turned out, I wouldn't hesitate to do it all again. You, my son, are all the proof I need to know that what we did was good and true. Despite the terrible things we helped set in motion, we did what was right, not just for us, but for everyone we left behind. Mother, he said, his voice cracking. You are the prince that was promised, our song of ice and fire. One day, you'll sing that song, Jaehaerys, and it will be the sweetest sound this world has ever heard. My heart is full knowing that to be true, knowing that you live and breathe and are happy. My heart is full, and I could wish for no more than that, she said. As he nodded and closed his eyes, she began to fade away. How long he sat there after she had gone, he didn't know, only that it felt like hours. It took him some time to gather the strength to move, but when he finally did, he rose to his feet and approached the weirwood tree. He pulled Dark Sister from its sheath and began to carve the face into the bark. Jaehaerys worked diligently for some time before stepping back to admire the face he had carved into the weirwood tree. Dark Sister's blade glistened with the tree's red sap, making it appear as if it had just finished its deadly work. Yet the face staring back at him was familiar, one he had seen before. A smile crept across his lips as he recognized it. The laughing tree, he said, bursting into laughter. In King's Landing, 298 AC, Loras warmed up, loosening his muscles. The sword remained still as he performed exercises he had practiced for more years than he could count. He knew that Barristan, Arthur, and the other Kingsguard all engaged in the same routines, revealing the source of Jaime's teachings. Those lessons had been passed down to him, then to Jay, and eventually to Brienne, Martin, Willem, and others over the years. His skills had improved significantly under the guidance of some of the finest swordsmen to ever live. Loras had learned to temper his urge to show off, focusing instead on his development. He had even managed to best Garland, which left his brother feeling both proud and frustrated. Arthur was the best swordsman Loras knew, with Jaime a close second. He believed Jay was almost on par with their mentor. Barristan, despite his age, still possessed the skills and technique to compensate for any slowdown in his movements. After Barristan, if Loras wasn't next in line, he hadn't yet encountered anyone better. His morning spars with his brothers had even allowed him to surpass Brienne and Cregan. True, Walder could defeat him when wielding an axe. His giant brother was a formidable opponent for nearly anyone. However, with a sword in hand, Loras had the upper hand, not that Walder ever truly fought with anything but his axe. Once he finished warming up, Loras glanced around and noticed the crowd that had gathered to watch the fight. His sister had indeed done as she promised, ensuring that nearly the entire court had come out to witness the unfolding spectacle. Loras felt a surge of annoyance. The fact that the man had dared to speak to his sister in such a manner irritated him as a brother. Speaking to his best friend's wife that way frustrated him as a friend. But addressing his queen in such a fashion ignited the Kingsguard within him, and he would be the one to put Harold Harding in his place. The brother and friend would simply have to stand by and watch, he thought with a wry smile. That smile quickly faded when he looked up and saw Satin standing there. Loras turned away, focusing on what he needed to do rather than on his love and their own issues. It was no surprise that it was difficult to concentrate, but thankfully, Harding arrived just in time to shift Loras's focus. The Lord wore extravagant armor, complete with a falcon-winged helm, showcasing the white and blue colors of House Arryn. Loras felt an urge to wipe the smirk off the man's face, a desire only intensified by Margaery's subtle nod in his direction. "Ser Loras," Lord Harold said, offering a brief nod. "Lord Arryn," Loras replied, using the man's title and new name, though he still thought of him as a Harding. A large crowd, Harold noted, and Loras caught the almost imperceptible grimace on his face. "It's rare when a spar means something, my lord. Even rarer when her grace attends, and his grace is not the one she's here to see." "Indeed, I shall endeavor to make her visit worthwhile then," Harold said, and Loras felt his blood boil. The foolish man still didn't understand that this wasn't about him, or at least not in the way he thought. "As shall I, my lord," Loras replied with a small bow. He walked over to where Tommen and Martin were seated. Neither of them was truly his squire, but Tommen was helping the Kingsguard while Jay was away, and Martin was simply eager to be closer to the action. "A drink, Ser Loras?" Tommen asked, holding out a jug of water. "I thank you," Loras replied. "Tommen," he said, taking a mouthful of food even though he had no real appetite. "That's a fine set of armor." "It's a shame it's wasted on such a man," Martin remarked with a laugh, prompting chuckles from both Loras and Tommen. The young man was doing his best to emulate Jay. It is. What do you say, Martin? Fancy one of those wings as a trophy?" Loras asked, eliciting fuller laughter from the group. He relished the frowns directed at him from Harold and his entourage. As the crowd quieted down, Loras watched Margaery step forward. To everyone else, her smile would seem perfectly normal, but he recognized it as one of her false, painted-on expressions. There was amusement in her eyes, too, but he had noticed the glances Harold cast her way, and it was clear she had noticed as well. "My lords, ladies, good knights, and squires," Margaery announced. "We're here today to witness an exhibition of swordsmanship. Lord Harold Arryn and Ser Loras Tyrell will fight to 5 or until one yields, to prove which of the two is the better blade. The admiration of myself and, no doubt, of all of you will go to the winner. As for the loser, well, there's no shame in being defeated by a better man, is there? Loras saw her nod at him and glare at Harold, though he doubted Harold even noticed, so busy was he preening under the smiles of one or two girls. Loras donned his helm and walked to the center of the yard, noticing that all the Kingsguard, including Jaime, were now watching. When Jaime looked at him and nodded, Loras couldn't help but smile, recalling a similar look from many years ago. Back then, it had been Winterfell, and the lesson he had imparted had been a painful one. Now, Jaime's expression urged him to deliver another just as harsh. "Lord Harold," he said with a bow. "Ser Loras," Harold replied. The two of them then waited for the signal to begin. Margaery raised her hand to signal the start of the match, and as soon as she did, Loras surged forward with remarkable speed. His sword sliced through the air even faster than his feet could carry him, nearly catching Harold off guard and forcing him to retreat. The next strike came just as swiftly, and Harold barely managed to parry it. Loras seized the opportunity, pushing his advantage. He thrust his sword forward, then quickly pulled it back, causing Harold to lose his balance as his attempted block met only empty air. Loras swung low, then high, and the loud crack of metal hitting metal echoed through the air as one of the wings on Harold's helm fell to the ground, drawing gasps from the spectators. The fact that Loras had not only taken the wing but also scored a point enraged Harold, who retaliated with even more powerful swings. Loras deftly swatted them aside, using Harold's own strength to unbalance him further. This tactical advantage led to Loras scoring a second point, landing a solid hit across Harold's thigh. The loud, pained shout that erupted from Harold brought Loras a sense of satisfaction. Moments later, he struck the same spot again, taking full advantage of Harold's impaired movement after the first blow. With the score now at 3-0 and Harold struggling to move due to his injured leg, Loras decided it was time to add some insult to injury. Using basic feints and parries from their training sessions, he showcased the significant gap in skill between them. Just as he had with the wing, this only fueled Harold's anger. Ignoring the pain in his leg, Harold charged at him, swinging wildly. While being undisciplined in a fight can sometimes provide an advantage, making one's moves unpredictable, Harold's swings lacked finesse. Loras expertly used the man's momentum against him, unbalancing him once more before moving in for the decisive blow. Loras stepped into Harold's guard and, with the hilt of his sword, struck down hard on the joint between Harold's wrist and hand. Harold's sword clattered to the ground. While Loras didn't break the hand, it was clear Harold wouldn't be using it for several days. With a swift move, he swept Harold's legs out from under him and placed his sword at Harold's neck. "Yield," Loras commanded, and he received a frantic nod in return. Harold lay on the ground, clutching his injured arm. Loras helped him to his feet, presenting himself as the gallant victor. As he moved in to offer what appeared to be words of sympathy to his fallen opponent, he made sure his true message was clear. "Next time you speak to my sister like that, it won't be me you face, but her husband. And my king does not use blunted steel. Remember this lesson well, because next time, it'll be a far more painful one," Loras warned, his voice low. He released Harold's hand and turned to bow to Margaery. She looked down at him, her smile genuine, and he knew he had fulfilled her request. Glancing at his brothers, he noticed their approval, along with Jaime's, and felt a swell of pride, not just for the victory, but because he hadn't allowed his desire for revenge over past grievances to cloud his judgment during this spar. This was not about settling old scores from King's Landing, it was about serving as a Kingsguard and doing as his queen had commanded. As he looked up, he saw Satin smiling down at him. Loras removed his helm and returned the smile before turning his attention back to Margaery and the others. It was hard to ignore his loved one's pride in his success, but their own struggles loomed in his mind, and he didn't want those issues to overshadow the day. Loras then turned and walked back to Martin and Tommen, bending down to pick up the broken sword. Jaehaerys Targaryen stood at the edge of a cliff, the salty breeze brushing against his skin as he took in the scene before him. He had been wandering in darkness, unsure if he was awake or lost in a vision. The room he had found himself in was pitch black, devoid of his sword and any sense of direction. With his arms outstretched, he cautiously moved forward, anticipating the moment he would hit a wall or some kind of obstacle. Yet, for what felt like an eternity, he encountered nothing but emptiness. It startled him when his fingertips finally brushed against the cool stone of a wall, a sensation that made him realize how disoriented he truly was. He rubbed his hands along the surface, hoping to find a handle or an opening, but all he encountered was smooth rock, the uniformity of it stretching endlessly in both directions. Time began to lose all meaning. The darkness wrapped around him, and the seamless nature of the wall made it feel as if he were trapped in a never-ending tunnel. Just when despair threatened to take hold, he heard a distant sound, singing. The melodic notes cut through the silence, and he focused on them, instinctively moving towards the source. As he drew closer, a light flickered in front of him, bright and inviting. He shielded his eyes as he emerged from the shadows, and what he saw next filled him with disbelief. He was overlooking a vast bay, standing atop a towering cliff. A group of men surrounded him, their attention fixed on a lone figure who sang a haunting melody. But it wasn't the men or the psalm that captivated Jay, it was the stones themselves. Before his eyes, they began to shape and transform, bending and twisting as if animated by some unseen force, crafting the beginnings of a keep. Jay stood in awe, marveling at the scene unfolding around him, unsure if he was still dreaming or witnessing something extraordinary. As more stones began to shift and change, the men watched, just as Jay did, captivated by the lone singer's melody. The moment he stopped, the stones ceased their movement as well. To Jay's surprise, he found himself on a different bay and cliff, one that felt familiar yet, as he scanned his surroundings, Dragonstone was nowhere to be found. Then he heard the song again, this time louder, the words clearer, though their meanings eluded him. Masverdagon, Abuljagon, Sagon Asma. Build, bend, be born. Zaldrazodi Isidoran. Dragons in stone. Before his eyes, the shapes began to take form. Jay watched in awe as a dragon emerged from the rock, the first pieces of dragonstone being sung into existence. From there, he found himself at the High Tower, then Winterfell, and finally at the Wall. In each place, a man sang, and stones, ice, and rocks were molded into shape. When he looked again, he was standing in a field of ice. He watched as the Night King began to sing, the ice cracking around them, trees toppling, and birds falling from the sky. His song is much different than the one you must sing, a voice said from behind him. Jay turned to see Daenerys standing there, her gaze steady. In an instant, he was back in Valyria, observing as children sang and rocks began to move, some bending and breaking while others transformed into elaborate shapes. The children who sang those songs were soon ushered to one side, while others remained in place. Stonesingers, Daenerys explained. Only those with enough magic can sing to the stones, and not even I was able to do so. She pointed to a girl holding a stone in her hand, tears streaming down her cheeks. Walk with me, she urged, and Jay followed, listening intently as she told him that each of the 40 possessed magic that manifested in different ways, whether it was through the control of dragons or the creation of Valyrian steel, intertwined with the singing of stone and the darker, twisted elements that lurked beneath the surface. Daenerys spoke to him, just as Elia and Riella had before, about how magic can corrupt and often seeks to do so. Your own magic, it was dreams, he asked, and she nodded. It was, but it was more than that. I didn't just see the future, Jaehaerys. Just like the Stonesingers with their rocks, I bent it to my will, Daenerys explained. Your will? My will and the will of the gods. I don't understand, he admitted, looking at her, and she smiled knowingly. And yet, only you can, she replied, gesturing for him to follow. She led him to the Targaryen palace and into her room, where a younger Daenerys lay thrashing in her sleep, while both he and this version of her watched on. He observed as the girl awoke, began writing, and read the words she had penned. Then, she started jotting down notes, and only then did she write in the journal itself. "You're changing it. What you saw, you're changing it, aren't you?" he asked, realization dawning on him. "I'm doing my God's work, Jaehaerys, as are you," she replied, and suddenly they were back on Dragonstone. Jay watched as news of the doom arrived, and the younger Daenerys smiled before retreating back to her room, with Jay following closely as her older self faded away. When he reached the girl's room, he saw her writing in the journal and swore she glanced in his direction. Hearing her call out his name was still a shock, and it took him a moment to respond. "You're here, aren't you?" the girl said, looking up at him from her desk. "I've been waiting for you to come," she added. "You expected me?" he asked, surprised, and she nodded, her smile radiant. "You are the prince that was promised, a promise I always knew they would keep." "They?" he echoed. "Our gods, Jaehaerys, the old gods and the new," Daenerys explained. "You know why I'm here?" he inquired. "Because the lands eternal have been destroyed, and only you can bring them back," Daenerys said. "Them? The lands?" Jaehaerys asked. "The lands eternal are more than just lands. You've seen them, haven't you? What is possible, what can be made real?" Daenerys continued. My family," he ventured hopefully. "Only you can bring them back, Jaehaerys. Only you know what must be done." "The Night King?" he inquired. "And the man with one eye?" "It's all in the book, Jaehaerys. Read it, and I'll see you again." "You will?" "One day, but not today," he interrupted, and she smiled, nodding. "Not today," Daenerys said before she faded away. He found himself back in the open space, with Rhaenys lying ahead of him. As he moved toward her, he heard a voice calling from behind him. Turning, he saw Daenerys standing there, beckoning him to come closer. "You saw all this?" he asked. She nodded. "I saw many things, Jaehaerys. Most are in that book, and they are for your eyes alone." "Why?" he pressed. "You know why," Daenerys replied. "No, I understand why it's me, but why this way? Why does it have to be like this? Because he exists, so must you. Just as he embodies death, you embody life. While he destroys, you can create, and where he feels only hate, you know love. The land of always winter is a reflection of him and him alone, just as the lands eternal can reflect you." "My family?" he asked, looking at her intently. "In the world you live in, they are gone. But here, in this place, they can live again. But only here, Jaehaerys. Only in the lands eternal, only those you've already seen, and only if you win," Daenerys said as she faded away. Jay heard Rhaenys stir behind him. He moved to the dragon, standing in front of her and seeing both sadness and hope in his sister's eyes. "You saw them?" he asked. "I saw them, father, mother, mother Lyanna, and grandmother. I played with Egg, Jay. I felt my mother hold me tight in her arms, and I listened while father played me a song," Rhaenys said happily. "We can bring them back, Ray. We can bring them all back. We will, little brother. Together, we will," she reassured him. In King's Landing, 298 AC, Margaery had not truly laughed in days. Seeing Harold Arryn put in his place by her brother brought a smile to her face, and watching him limp away made her laugh out loud. Since then, she had thrown herself even more fully into her work, even holding a meeting with Ser Alliser and Ser Jeremy. Margaery came close to revealing her husband's plans for them, only to hesitate at the last moment. These were Jay's people, and while she was queen and could certainly appoint them to their new roles, she knew her husband would want to do it himself. Instead, she told them that their king wished to speak to them upon his return. I know my husband wishes to speak to you both. Unfortunately, circumstances have not allowed for that. I ask you and the other loyalists to remain patient. I'm sure His Grace will return soon, and I know what he wishes to discuss with you is of great importance, Margaery said. Of course, Your Grace. We're more than happy to wait until His Grace's return, Ser Alisa replied. I'll ensure that coin and accommodations are afforded to you, and perhaps you'll join us for the feast in a few days, she suggested. We'd be honored, Your Grace, Ser Jeremy responded. That feast was meant to say goodbye to the Starks and to Aery and Martell, along with her aunt and cousins. Both families felt they could not wait much longer for Jay to return. The days were drawing closer with no sign or word from her husband, which frustrated and annoyed her. Jay had only been gone a little over a week and a half, yet it felt much longer, and each day her worries grew. Only the fact that Ghost showed no signs of concern himself allowed her to remain somewhat calm, though. Even the presence of the White Wolf wasn't enough to provide comfort lately. Margaery spent her nights alone in bed, the empty space beside her feeling larger each night. Ghost would rest at the foot of the bed or sometimes curl up next to her, and she appreciated his company. But increasingly, she longed for the warmth of a human embrace. She missed her husband's touch, the feeling of being held in his arms while she slept. To avoid the solitude, Margaery found herself staying up later and later, hoping to tire herself out so she could fall straight to sleep when she finally lay down. Unfortunately, that strategy wasn't working well for her either. She sat at her desk, going over paperwork and preparing for the day ahead. Later, she had a meeting with the High Septon, where she would hold petitions, and she had promised to speak with Daenerys. Shireen Baratheon was also preparing to take control of the Stormlands, and Margaery wanted to meet with Ser Rubar Royce to gauge the man before Ser Barristan officially welcomed him into the Kingsguard. They had delayed this meeting for almost a moon, and only Lord Yon's prolonged stay had kept his son in King's Landing. Ser Richard, Your Grace, Mira announced as Margaery gestured for the Master of Whisperers to enter. Your Grace, Ser Richard replied moments later, and Margaery motioned for him to take a seat. Ser Richard? She asked, puzzled, remembering that they had no meeting scheduled. Just as quickly as the thought crossed her mind, worry took hold. Jay? No, Your Grace. I bring news from the Shields. The Iron Fleet has been defeated, Ser Richard informed her. How bad were our losses, Ser? She inquired. Minimal, Your Grace. It was as complete a victory as we could have wished for. Euron? She asked, and he shook his head. The silence sailed away, Your Grace, Ser Richard replied, though he didn't seem as troubled by this as she was. It was truly a complete victory, then? She pressed. It was, Your Grace. Over half. The Iron Fleet has been destroyed or captured, and the rest is limping back to the Iron Islands. Thank you, Ser Richard. We'll inform the council later today. Is there anything? Margaery paused as she saw Ghost rise quickly to his feet and felt him tug at her dress. She followed the wolf as he led her and Ser Richard to the balcony. Seeing Rhaenys soaring slowly in the air sent a wave of worry through her until she noticed that the dragon seemed almost weighed down. When she looked closer, she spotted her husband on the dragon's back, unharmed. A huge sigh of relief escaped her. Turning to Ser Richard, she saw that he shared her relief. Inform the Kingsguard and have them ready the carriage, she instructed, and Ser Richard moved quickly to fulfill her request. Margaery stood on the balcony, watching the dragon as it glided toward the dragon pit. She rubbed Ghost's neck, feeling her anger begin to simmer beneath the surface. Although her relief was genuine and her happiness should have burst forth, it was overshadowed by her frustration. Determined to keep her anger in check, Margaery turned and left the balcony, hoping to contain her emotions at least until she and Jay were alone. The ride to the dragon pit was short, and she was joined by Jaime, who had come running as soon as he heard the news. She had to be firm, telling the others they could not join them. Sansa and Arya Stark were unhappy with her decision, as were most of the others, but the procession would have been far too large otherwise. As it stood, with just herself, the hand of the king, the King's Guard, and the Royal Guard, it was still a sizable group. When they reached the dragon pit, Jaime helped her out of the carriage. He had ridden inside with her, yet neither had spoken during the journey, both perhaps sensing the other's mood. Margaery could see that Jaime was just as angry as she was. She looked toward Rhaenys, watching as Jay began to unfasten his harness. Margaery scanned the area and noticed what appeared to be large bags scattered around them, alongside 3 saddles. Curiosity piqued, she wondered where her husband had acquired them. Shifting her gaze to Jay, she noticed he was looking her way but hadn't moved closer. A thought crossed her mind: was he hesitant to approach, anticipating the kind of welcome he might receive? "Shall we, Lord Jaime?" she asked, as she, Jaime, Arthur, and Barristan began walking toward Jay. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Ghost emerge from behind Rhaenys and stride past Jay to her side. As she drew nearer, Margaery confirmed that the objects on the ground were indeed saddles, along with the hilts of swords and other items protruding from the half-dozen bags scattered nearby. Each bag appeared heavy, and under normal circumstances, her curiosity would have compelled her to investigate. However, given how long Jay had been away and the manner of his departure, her focus quickly shifted back to him. He bore no marks of distress; in fact, he looked stronger than when she last saw him. His eyes sparkled, and what she had mistaken for reluctance was clearly something else. The warm smile he offered her indicated his happiness at being back, yet his apparent disregard for how he would be received stirred her annoyance. "Your Grace," Jaime said, his tone revealing his own frustration. "Jaime," Jay replied, still smiling as he approached her. "Jay," Margaery said, striving for a neutral tone, but she noticed his expression falter slightly. "My queen," Jay said, moving closer to kiss her cheek. Margaery quickly hugged him, then stepped back as he began to relax. "We should get back to the Red Keep." "There are others who wish to see you too," she suggested, watching him nod. The transformation that swept over him was so sudden that it caught her off guard. Margaery was taken aback, so surprised that her annoyance nearly slipped away as she asked if he was well. Jay's smile had vanished, and even the hint of worry she'd noticed earlier, when he realized just how angry she truly was, had disappeared. The man standing before them now was cool, calm, and more in control than she had ever seen him. It was as if he had been performing in a play, and the role he was embodying now was that of a king. This change unsettled her, shifting her feelings from annoyance to worry. "I want these things brought back to the Red Keep." "See that it's done," Jay said as he walked past her, Jaime, and the King's Guard, moving on past the carriage as well. Ser Arthur quickly fell into step beside him. Margaery watched as Jay exchanged words with one of the royal guards and with Ser Arthur. Before she or Jaime could react, Jay and Arthur had mounted their horses and, along with Ghost, were riding out of the dragon pit. "See to my husband's request," she said, turning to head back to the carriage, with Jaime hurrying after her as others set about fulfilling Jay's orders. This time, her ride in the carriage was anything but quiet. Both she and Jaime vented their frustrations, discussing Jay and all that he had done. By the time they reached the Red Keep, Margaery was fuming. She passed people in the courtyard, corridors, and halls, barely noticing them as she nearly stormed to her rooms. At least Jay's presence here had spared her the trouble of searching for him. When she spotted Ghost, she could have sworn the wolf nodded toward their bedchamber. As she entered, she found her husband half-dressed, rummaging around for clothes that she had moved and had actually forgotten about. Jay looked down at Loras, who was sleeping peacefully, and his fingers instinctively reached toward Loras's face, brushing the hair from his eyes as he watched his love sleep. Both he and Loras had done their best to keep their lives together as unaffected by outside pressures as possible. They succeeded and failed in equal measure, much to their chagrin. Their time together often felt stop and start, with partings occurring far more frequently than either of them wished, as their duties frequently took them in different directions. However, since Jay had taken the throne, they had spent more time together than apart. The thought of parting had hardly crossed their minds until the last few weeks, when the reality of it reared its ugly head once more. Tyrion wanted Loras to serve him in Dorne, to be his squire, and eventually to take a position in his household once he was knighted. The prospect of being a knight serving a prince was far beyond anything Loras could have ever dreamed and was the best offer he would ever receive. Dorne had its own appeals. Although the king was thought to be a bastard, changing perceptions had not eradicated old ways of thinking. To most, he remained a low-born bastard. In Dorne, however, bastards were treated differently. People would focus more on his position with the prince consort rather than the fact that his mother had been a whore. It was a new life in many ways that was being offered to him. Yet, as he looked at Loras sleeping peacefully, he found himself longing for the old life they had built together. They had fought and reconciled, cried and gone days without speaking, only to end up in each other's arms, apologizing profusely. A decision loomed over him, one that felt monumental. Satin knew he would never feel for anyone the way he did for Loras, and he understood that opportunities like the one Tyrion had offered him were rare. "Sleep, my love," he whispered, kissing Loras's forehead before quietly getting up from the bed. He dressed quickly and silently, making his way out of the room. The dawn had not yet broken, and the Red Keep was quiet and still. Ever since Tyrion had asked him to come with him, Satin had found himself. Satin enjoyed his early morning walks, using that time to clear his mind. Loras, much like the king, preferred to think while wielding a sword. Though Satin had improved his own skills with one, he found it difficult to do both at once. When he stood in the sparring yard, he had to choose between fighting or reflecting. So, he opted for walking when he needed to think. As he stepped into the cool morning air, he nodded to the guards and descended the stairs, chuckling to himself that his stroll had brought him to the sparring yard once again. He welcomed the emptiness and tranquility that surrounded him. He could envision a role for himself here. Loras would ensure he received one, and he knew the king would support that too. With time, he might even be knighted. Yet, no matter how high he climbed, he would always be a bastard born of a whore. The higher he rose, the more he would be looked down upon because of it. "What has you up this fine early morning?" Bronn's voice broke his thoughts. Satin turned to see Tyrion's sworn sword approaching. "Bronn? It's me." "So, what are you doing up this early?" Bronn replied. "What about you?" Satin asked. "Me? I'm just heading to bed," Bronn said with a laugh. "What?" Satin raised an eyebrow. "I've been busy. Dorne has some fine women, but none like those at Chataya's," Bronn explained. "There must be brothels in Dorne," Satin chuckled as he sat down on the wall. Countless. But unlike those in this place, Dornish women don't value their maidenheads as if their parts are made of gold," Bronn said, laughing as he offered Satin a pouch he held. Satin took a drink and immediately coughed at the unexpected taste. "This isn't wine," he said, handing the pouch back, earning more laughter from Bronn. "Who the hell said it was wine?" Bronn replied, taking a hearty swig before offering it again, but Satin shook his head. They sat in silence for a few moments, Bronn drinking while they both watched as the sun began to rise. Satin found himself getting along surprisingly well with Bronn, despite the man's coarse demeanor. Having encountered his fair share of rough individuals, Satin understood the complexities beneath the surface. Bronn was an odd character. At first glance, he seemed untrustworthy, yet he could be fiercely loyal when he chose to be. Their shared allegiance to Tyrion created a bond between them, and more than once, Bronn had spoken up for Satin against those who sought to belittle him. "You won't find any answers out here, you know," Bronn said, finishing off the remnants of his pouch. "Answers?" Satin replied, puzzled. "That question swirling in your head, lad, you'll find no answers to it out here alone. I don't know what you're talking about, Satin said, turning away so Bronn couldn't see his expression. Sure you don't, Bronn chuckled. Just as Satin was about to rise and walk away to avoid this conversation with Bronn of all people, he felt Bronn's grip on his hand. Sit, Bronn insisted, placing a hand on Satin's chest. My mother was a whore, he began. As for my father, he could very well be one of those lords who roams those halls for all I know. Like you, I was born low. But look at me now, I'm the sworn sword to a dragon-riding dwarf who's soon to be Prince of Dorne. I can call a king my friend and summon a prince and princess at will. Soon enough, I'll be lord of my own keep. In Dorne, they call me Ser Bronn, even though I haven't been knighted. Women smile at me, and men step aside. Here, only those with something between their ears get that kind of respect, and most of these lords have nothing but air up there. Satin watched Bronn, sensing that the man wasn't finished and that he might not like where this speech was heading. Men like you and me, we get very few chances to rise, Satin. When you're born the son of a lord or a knight, they come with opportunities. But for us, sure, opportunities come along now and then, but when you're born the son of a whore and a scoundrel? Not so much. And when they do, you've got to grab hold of them and hold on tight. Because those people, Bronn raised his hands and pointed toward the Red Keep, those people who were born with privilege will knock you down every single time. He watched as Bronn stood up, looked his way, and nodded before walking into the Red Keep, leaving him sitting there alone. Turning, he gazed at the sunrise, realizing he was no closer to knowing what he should do. His love or his life, it was a choice he had never imagined he'd have to make, and one he didn't know if he could ever make. All he knew was that time was running out, and he would have to decide soon. King's Landing, 298 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen felt exhausted. He wished he could be in his bed, but more than that, he longed to be with his wife in their bed. But that wish felt like a stretch too far. He had expected Margaery to be angry and annoyed with him, and he knew she was justified in her feelings. Yet, he was tired, physically, emotionally, and mentally drained. He really didn't want to have the argument that he knew was coming. Before leaving Valyria, he had spent hours gathering weapons and armor that lay scattered around what seemed to be a Valyrian version of the Dragon Pit. Jay realized just how foolish Maegor and those who followed him had been. Even if he hadn't understood that dragons needed to be free and allowed to fly where and when they wished, Valyria had made that truth painfully clear. After collecting the weapons into piles, he had gone in search of sacks, though the material was unlike anything he had ever seen before. He filled them and then found himself drawn to 3 saddles. Where did you think you could go? Rhaenys asked, a hint of frustration in her voice. She had claimed she could carry them all, and indeed she did. However, their flight back was longer and more arduous because of it, requiring her to rest far more often than usual. Jaehaerys tried to push thoughts of what had happened in Essos from his mind as he undressed and waited for his wife to return. He knew he had been wrong to leave her and Jaime in the Dragon Pit, but he wasn't in the mood for a public reprimand. He opened the cupboard, searching for clean clothes, only to find none of his there. Moving to the next one, he was met with the same disappointment. Just as he turned in frustration, he heard her enter the room. Her anger was evident, but despite that, he still found her as beautiful as ever. "Where in the 7 hells have you been?" she demanded, her voice sharp. "Where are my clothes?" he shot back, irritation creeping into his tone. "No, you don't get to question me. Not after everything you've put me through. Not after leaving me here alone. Not after lying to me. I never lied to you." "Not truly," he replied, his voice softening. "Where have you been?" she pressed, her tone still fierce. "Valyria," he said, and she looked at him as if he were joking, though she would soon realize he was anything but. "What? Is this some sort of joke? You think telling me you were in Valyria will make me forgive you for what you did?" Do you believe I'll be so worried that I'll let it cloud everything else I feel? If so, you're very much mistaken, Jaehaerys Targaryen, she glared at him. I intended to travel beyond the wall to deal with Bloodraven. Rhaenys had other ideas, better ideas, he added, managing a soft smile. How in the seven hells is Valyria a better idea? Going beyond the wall was foolhardy, but going to Valyria was. Do you really care so little for me that you'd risk yourself like this? Margaery's concern began to outweigh her anger. I'm Valyrian. Going there poses no risk to me, he said, trying to reassure her. Jaehaerys quickly realized that his plan had backfired. You risked yourself enough by leaving. You hadn't recovered enough to fly, and the fact that you did it in secret shows you knew it was true. Why, Jay? Why couldn't you have told me, what your plans were? Margaery asked as he approached her. I didn't want anyone to stop me or talk me out of it, he replied, reaching out to her. But Margaery shrugged away his hands when he placed them on her shoulders. So instead, you lied, snuck away, and left me here to deal with a war while worrying day and night about my husband, she said, her voice filled with hurt. I had to go, Marge, and it won't be the last time I have to do so, he insisted, noticing the flare of her nostrils and how quickly she straightened up. You actually intend to do something like this again? She asked, anger rising in her tone. I intend to do what I must, he replied firmly. She turned her back on him, and when she faced him again, he knew he was in serious trouble. The expression on Margaery's face was one he had never seen before. Your clothing is in the Queen's chambers. I suggest you go join it. You're throwing me out? He asked, disbelief evident in his voice. What did you expect? That I'd welcome you back into my arms and bed? You hurt me, Jay. If I had expected you back, my own clothing would have been moved, which I'll take care of tomorrow. For tonight, you should be with your clothes, and I'll stay with mine. Marge, he said, stepping closer. No, you heard me, and you haven't even cared enough to apologize, she said, shaking her head. I'm sorry, he said quietly. Are you? I find it hard to believe you are. Marge, we shouldn't. Go, Jay. I've become quite accustomed to sleeping on my own. Her words cut deep, and the look on her face made it clear there would be no further argument. Jay grabbed his dirty shirt, put it on, and walked away. Jaehaerys lingered in the room, his reluctance to leave perhaps stemming from guilt, not for what he had done, but for how he had done it. At the time, he hadn't wanted an argument, believing it was better to beg for forgiveness than to ask for permission. Now, however, he wasn't so sure. The walk to the Queen's chambers was anything but enjoyable, especially with the glances he received from Arthur and Barristan. Upon reaching the rooms, he ordered some food and stepped inside, inviting the knights to join him. He remained silent until the food arrived and he had eaten, preparing himself for the inevitable anger directed at him. But to his surprise, it never came. Instead, Ser Barristan looked more disappointed, while Arthur seemed relieved by his return. I won't do it again, sirs, Jaehaerys said. But I won't be told what to do. I'm willing to hear your advice and opinions, but the crown is mine to wear alone. There are things I must do and places I must go where only I can decide who follows. This is how it must be. So, the choice before you is simple, accept it or return your white cloaks. While my wife may deny me, you cannot and will not. Our job is to protect you as well as serve you, your grace. Sometimes, those two duties conflict, Ser Barristan replied. On those occasions, it's for me to decide which duty you follow, isn't it? Jaehaerys asked. It is, Barristan confirmed. Then I give you my word that I won't lie to you again. Do I have your word that, should the need arise, you will accept my judgment? Of course, your grace, Barristan said, nodding. Arthur, stay for a moment. Thank you, Ser Barristan. Perhaps you can check on my wife. Your Grace, Barristan said with a bow before leaving the room. Once Barristan was gone, Jaehaerys motioned for Arthur to sit, ready to explain what he had seen and done. I understand your anger, Sir. It's different from Sir Barristan's, but just as valid. All I can say is that where I went, you would. I will do everything in my power to ensure that I won't have to resort to such actions again, he said. Where did you go, Your Grace? Arthur asked. Valyria, Arthur. I went to the land of my forefathers, and while I was there, I spoke to my family, he replied. Spoke? My father asked me to thank you, Arthur, for doing what he himself could not. My mother also wanted me to tell you how grateful she is for everything you've done. The next few days will be strange and wondrous, Arthur. You will hear things that might make you and others question whether I am my grandfather returned, but I will show you things that will leave no doubt that I am not, he said with a smile. Your Grace. It's time for psalms to be sung and changes to be made. Soon, you and I, along with a few others, will embark on a long journey to finally confront a man we must kill. A war is coming, Arthur, the only war that truly matters, the Great War. And when that war is won, I will sing a psalm for the ages. Your Grace. My mother and father told me that I am the prince that was promised, that I would bring the dawn, and that one day my psalm would be sung. That day grows ever closer, Arthur, and when it does, I intend for us to be ready. Mine is the psalm of ice and fire, Arthur, and when I sing it, Valyria will be reborn. Chapter 146, Rotten Meat. King's Landing, 298 AC. Jaehaerys Targaryen spent most of the night sitting in a chair beside the bed, almost as if he were forcing himself to stay out of it. Deep down, he struggled to believe that she had actually sent him away from their room. While he understood her anger was genuine, he thought it would be a temporary situation, a lesson to be learned quickly so they could kiss and make up. At first, he refused to get into bed, waiting for Margaery to come to her senses. But as darkness fell and it became clear she might not, he held on to his principles and remained seated. Hours passed, and fatigue set in. It had been more than a week since he had last slept in a bed, and the weight of exhaustion finally compelled him to lie down. He undressed with such frustration that he ripped his shirt in the process. Climbing into bed, he was immediately struck by how large and empty it felt. Whether it was the emptiness of the bed or his lingering anger about being sent away, his sleep was restless. Less than a couple of hours later, he found himself wide awake. He walked to the window and gazed out at the clear night sky, the moon casting a soft glow. He knew he needed to get out of this room. As he moved to gather his clothes, he spotted the torn shirt and let out a sigh. How could he possibly return to his room to dress? Then he remembered that his clothes weren't there. When he saw them all neatly put away, his anger flared once more. The reality of their relocation felt different from just hearing about it. As he dressed, he ground his teeth and shook his head in frustration. Once he was done, he left the bedchamber and headed to the door, only to find Loras and Sir Richard Horpe standing guard, both wondering where Arthur had gone. His gaze was instantly drawn down the corridor toward his room, and his anger was so intense that he almost turned and walked back inside. The fear of what he might say to his wife held him back. Instead, he chose to walk in the opposite direction, making his way through the Red Keep until he reached the balcony that overlooked the sparring yard. There, he stopped and leaned against the wall, trying to calm himself. But the tension remained, and he soon found himself moving down the stairs toward one of the straw dummies. How long has he been here? A voice asked from behind him. Jay had already moved on to another dummy after nearly demolishing the first one with Dark Sister. Since just before dawn, Loras replied. Jay didn't feel like turning around to see who he was speaking with. Instead, he went through the motions, forgetting all sense of skill or technique as he swung his sword like a club, sending straw flying in every direction. If it hadn't been for Tommen and Martin arriving, he was sure he would have moved on to a third dummy. The sound of the two boys approaching the tourney swords finally forced him to stop and lower his weapon. He looked at the boys, who had clearly heard or seen that he was in the sparring yard for the first time in over a month. They had come down hoping for a lesson. "Which of you is first?" he asked, smiling at them. He felt a wave of relief as they relaxed, and Tommen stepped forward. "Me, your grace," Tommen said. Jay motioned for him to grab the thin tourney sword. Martin handed it to him, and Jay couldn't help but chuckle when Tommen practically ran over to deliver it. He spent more than 2 hours with the boys, going over stances, sparring, and pitting them against each other. He even encouraged Martin to teach rather than just overpower the younger boy. After that, he sparred with Ser Richard Horp and Loras, and as he did, the sparring yard became increasingly crowded. More and more people arrived, either for their own morning practices or simply because they had heard the king was there and wanted to see him. Jay felt a surge of relief when Oberyn and his daughters arrived a little while later. His uncle greeted him with a smile, as did his cousins. Soon enough, Jay found himself facing off against Obara, with Oberyn waiting eagerly for his turn. "Has my nephew not exhausted himself yet?" Oberyn asked, chuckling as Jay managed to beat Obara. Jay laughed and shook his head, catching sight of Benjen and Val walking in together, almost side by side. "Not even close, uncle," he replied, watching as Oberyn spun his spear with a mischievous glint in his eye. Jay knew his uncle wouldn't take it easy on him, so he reached for the small tourney dagger, earning a smirk from Oberyn. They took their positions, and as Jay scanned the yard, he noticed the crowd had grown. Yet, disappointment washed over him as he realized Margaery was nowhere to be seen. He had come out to fight through his anger, but more than anything, he had hoped his wife would be there to watch. As Oberyn thrust his spear toward him, Jay could sense his uncle was aware of that disappointment. Oberyn was doing his best to distract him. Jay parried the spear and stepped back as Oberyn lunged at him. Soon, they were spinning and leaping, each trying to gain the upper hand. Jay found himself inches away from being taken down as Oberyn swung low, attempting to sweep his feet from under him. In that moment, the thin sword felt heavy in his hands compared to Dark Sister. His swings were slower, and fatigue was finally creeping in. In the end, it was that fatigue, combined with the fact that even on his best days Oberyn was a formidable opponent, that cost him the match. Just as he glanced up at the balcony, hoping to catch a glimpse of Margaery, he lost focus on the spear in front of him. Only the blunted tip saved him from serious injury as he narrowly moved his head at the last moment. "Nephew?" Oberyn called, his tone playful yet serious. Jay's worry was clear as he threw down his spear and moved toward his uncle. "I'm well," he replied, kneeling on the ground and pressing his hand to the side of his head where the blow had struck him. Blood was spilling from the wound, soaking into the handkerchief he held against it. "Get the Grandmaster," Oberyn instructed, kneeling beside him. He gently moved Jay's hand away from the injury to get a better look. "It's only a scratch, uncle," Jay said, attempting to reassure him. Oberyn nodded, though concern still lingered in his eyes. When Oberyn helped him to his feet, Jay turned to address everyone nearby, wanting to convey that he was hardly hurt and that there was no need for concern. He looked up at the balcony, expecting to see his wife Margaery's worried expression. He had anticipated hearing her anxious shout or seeing her rush down to check on him. To his annoyance, she was nowhere to be found. When the Grandmaster finally arrived, Jay nearly knocked the man off his feet as he brusquely swatted his hands away. "Your Grace, we should treat the wound." "It may need stitches," Gorman urged. "It's just a scratch, Grandmaster." "Ser Richard, inform her Grace and the rest of the small council that I wish to call a meeting," Jay commanded, glancing at the Kingsguard and noticing Loras frown in his direction. "At once, Your Grace," Ser Richard Horp responded. Jay turned to Loras. "Are you mad at me too?" he asked, annoyance creeping into his voice. Loras shook his head. "Good, because I'm in no mood for it today," Jay replied as he walked with Oberyn, Loras, and the Grandmaster back into the Red Keep. In King's Landing, 298 AC, Margaery felt restless. Ghost's presence did little to soothe her or help her find comfort in sleep. Instead, it served as a reminder that her husband had returned, yet was sleeping elsewhere. She hadn't intended for that night to be sped apart upon his return, and though she wanted to scold herself for losing her temper, she felt justified in her frustration. After all that had happened, it was hard to feel anything but disappointment. What he had put her through and all the worries she had faced over the past few weeks made it unbearable for her to accept his unrepentant attitude and lack of concern for her feelings. When she had seen Rhaenys, relief washed over her. Knowing he was unharmed was all she had hoped for during his absence. But anger simmered beneath the surface, and she realized she needed to confront that before she could truly relax and welcome her husband back. His behavior in the dragon pit had left her furious. The fact that he hadn't apologized until she brought it up felt like a slap in the face. What infuriated her even more was his casual remark about doing something like this again, showing no regard for her feelings. It wasn't just that he might have to, it was the way he stated it so nonchalantly that made her see red. Words slipped from her mouth before she could stop them, and though she wished she could call him back as he left, she knew she wouldn't. So instead of having her husband's warm body beside her, instead of a night spent in each other's arms, sharing the relief of his return, she faced another night alone in a cold, empty bed. Margaery hugged her pillow, wishing it were him, while Ghost looked up at her as if to say that Jay should be there. She didn't need the White Wolf to remind her, she already knew. If only he would acknowledge how wrong he had been, she would welcome him back with open arms. "Your Grace," a voice called. "Your Grace." It came a little louder, pulling her from her thoughts. Margaery opened her eyes to see Mira standing at the end of her bed. "Jay, has something happened?" she asked, worry creeping into her voice as her gaze focused on the girl. "No, Your Grace, it's just, His Grace." Mira spoke softly, "He's in the sparring yard and has been there for some time." "I thought you'd like to know." Margaery nodded as she sat up, taking her time to get ready. She had no desire to seem overly eager to see him. In fact, she wanted to appear as if she had only just heard the news and was merely passing by. She recognized it was a childish thing to do, pretending she didn't care that he was finally back in the yard. Yet, she didn't want him to think he had been forgiven when he had not. Once she was ready, Mira and Eleanor joined her. Sansa wouldn't be on duty until later that day. The four of them, along with Ser Barristan and Ser Walder, made their way to the doors that led out to the balcony overlooking the sparring yard. Margaery felt a familiar excitement at the sight of her husband in action. It was no surprise that a large crowd had gathered. She moved with the knights and the girls to stand at the wall, just in time to see Jay and Oberyn prepare to face off. As she watched her husband move, she tried to push aside the thoughts she didn't want to entertain. Perhaps it was the long hours spent alone in her bed, or perhaps it was simply his presence sparring again, but her mind wandered to places she wished to avoid. For a few moments, she forgot her anger, captivated by the way he spun and twisted. She almost smiled at him when he looked up, but her heart dropped when a spear struck his head. How she managed not to shout or rush to him, she couldn't explain. Instead, she turned and walked away as soon as she heard that the Grand Maester was being sent for. Back in her rooms, she began to pace, her anger surging back with a vengeance, threatening to spill over once more. Eleanor and Mira noticed the shift and wisely gave her space, while Ghost, the White Wolf, tried his best to calm her. Unfortunately, he didn't have the effect they both hoped for, as Margaery remained consumed by her emotions. Margaery tried her best to focus on different thoughts. But as she watched the blow land and the blood spill, all she could think about was how something could have happened to him while he was away. He had gone to Valyria of all places, still not fully recovered from what he had just endured. He had flown off to Valyria, surrounded by Kingsguard, maesters, and the Grandmaster, by family and servants. And now, today, he had been injured while sparring with his uncle. Just days ago, he had been in Valyria, alone, where he could have been hurt. No, she wouldn't let herself think about that. Your Grace, Sir Richard Horp wishes to see you, Mira announced. Margaery nodded as the knight stepped into the room. My husband, she asked. His Grace is being attended to by the Grandmaster, Your Grace. I don't believe there's any need for concern, Sir Richard replied. Of course not. Why would we all be concerned when he is not, she said, her tone sharp. His Grace has requested a meeting of the small council, Your Grace. I've been sent to arrange it, Sir Richard informed her. Of course, Sir Richard. I'll send word to the other council members. You should go and retake your position at my husband's side. Your Grace, the knight said with a bow before he turned and walked away. Margaery took a deep breath when he left the room, grateful for the interruption that had pulled her mind from the dark places it was wandering. Yet, her anger hadn't dissipated. If anything, it had intensified after watching Jay spar. She called for Eleanor and Mira, quickly sending them to fetch her grandmother and inform the rest of the small council about the meeting. It was no surprise when her grandmother arrived long before Mira or Eleanor could have reached her. Margaery knew she would have heard everything by now, and she was relieved that she didn't need to speak on the matter. I believe we have a meeting to attend, her grandmother said. Margaery nodded, and together with Ser Barristan, they walked from the room, heading straight to the small council chambers. They were the first to arrive. Margaery took her seat at the head of the table and settled in, waiting for the others. Her grandmother sat in the first seat to her left, while Ser Barristan stood nearby. Margaery was surprised that Jay hadn't placed his own chair beside hers, but then she remembered that she had moved it while he was away. Jaime and Lord Wyman arrived next, followed closely by Ser Richard and her brother, Willis. Willis glanced at her, searching for signs of distress, and Margaery smiled back, masking her true feelings. When Gorman arrived, she looked to the Grandmaster, who offered her a reassuring smile and a nod. Margaery felt a wave of relief wash over her. Jay's injury must have been minor after all. As the others filtered in, Ser Barristan took his seat, and they all sat in silence, waiting for Jay. He seemed to take his time, and when he finally entered, Margaery couldn't help but grimace at the mark on his head. Anger bubbled within her as she turned away. She noticed Ser Arthur, Ser Jorah, Loras, and Walder walking in with Jay, all of them except Jay carrying large sacks. Her gaze fell on the cut above his eye, and her concern flared up again, but just as she was about to express it, he took a seat at the far end of the table. Margaery caught sight of the frown on Jay's face and the way he pursed his lips, which annoyed her greatly. Was he angry with her? After everything he had done, he had the nerve to be upset with her? Before we begin, I want to make one thing very clear, Jay said, locking eyes with her for what felt like an eternity before turning to the others. I won't tolerate any arguments or comments about the wrongness of my actions, not here and not now. I'm here simply to explain why I did what I did while I was gone. Is that clear? Are we not allowed to question you or raise our objections? She asked, annoyance creeping into her voice. Not here and not now. I won't be ganged up on by my own counsel. Each of you can express your objections to me another time, and in private. So again, I ask you all, am I clear? Jay replied. Though she wanted to press further, she feared the consequences of doing so, and for now, she held her tongue. Of course, Your Grace, her grandmother responded, and Jay nodded in acknowledgement. Renix and I traveled to Valyria, and while we were there, I collected the items held in these sacks. Jay gestured toward the Kingsguard, who began to remove some of the contents. Are those Valyrian steel? Ser Richard Lonmouth inquired. They are. Weapons and armor, pieces of it, anyway. Jay picked out what appeared to be a plate of some sort and then a jug that looked like it could hold water or wine. Pots and pans, Your Grace? Lord Wyman asked, confusion evident in his tone. Valyrian steel, Lord Wyman. Once melted, it can be reforged into more weapons and armor, just like the rest of this, Jay explained, pointing to the sacks. So you went to Valyria to collect weapons? Jaime asked. I had no intention of going to Valyria, Lord Hand. I meant to fly north of the Wall to deal with Bloodraven. Rhaenys, however, had other ideas and brought me where I needed to go. Jay's gaze shifted from Jaime to her. Needed to go, Your Grace? Willis asked, curiosity piqued. To see my family and to learn the truth, Jay said, a smile breaking across her face for the first time. The truth, Your Grace? Jaime pressed. Aye, the truth, Jaime, the truth of how I can bring them back. Jay's words hung in the air, and gasps echoed around the room. The questions and objections she had asked them not to raise erupted loudly. Margaery felt the weight of worry and concern from each of them, sharing in their anxiety despite her own reservations. Enough! Jay shouted, slamming his hand on the table as he stood up. I told you I won't be ganged up on. Think me mad if you wish, call me a fool, a liar, or crazy, but do so at another time. I have neither the time nor the inclination to hear it now. Speak to me about the realm, about what happened in my absence, and when we're done, I'll share what I've learned. In King's Landing, 298 AC, Jaime reflected on the disastrous meeting. Jay had stormed out near the end, leaving Jaime and the others questioning everything they'd been told. It felt wrong to sit and discuss their king behind his back, especially without him present. Yet, Jay's words were troubling, and the attitude he displayed was unlike anything Jaime had seen before. Jaime had expected Jay to visit him that morning, perhaps to talk or even invite him for a spar, to reassure him that he was well and explain why he had left so abruptly. He also thought Jay would have gone to see the Starks and meet his new cousin. But given Jay's reaction when they spoke of Catelyn and her execution, perhaps that was too much to hope for. Jaime was surprised, as was the Queen, that no one had mentioned the execution itself. Jay had simply nodded when he heard the reasons for it, then quickly shifted the conversation to Euron Greyjoy, the war, and other pressing matters. It was only when the questions resurfaced after Jay discussed Valyria and his family, mentioning their potential return, that he had stormed out of the room. Lord Jaime, a word, Margaery said as the others began to leave. Jaime remained in his seat, turning to her. Your Grace? He replied. Has my husband spoken to you? She asked, and Jaime shook his head. Perhaps it would be best if you went to speak with him then. I had intended to, Your Grace, he said. I find myself troubled, Lord Jaime. Most troubled indeed, she said, her concern evident. As do I, Your Grace, he replied, noticing her almost forced smile. I don't wish to pry into your discussions, but is there anything I should know? She asked. If there's anything important, I'll bring it to your attention, Your Grace, he assured her. She nodded, then turned to leave, and Jaime caught sight of her grandmother and brother waiting outside for her. Margaery asking him to uncover what was happening with Jay was not a good sign. As he set off to find Jay, he realized he needed to mend their growing rift. Fights were something all husbands and wives experienced, whether over significant issues, trivial matters, or sometimes even nothing at all. The longer a conflict lingered without resolution, the harder it became to address. For Margaery, this discord had been brewing since Jay had left, even if he wasn't there to participate. Jaime made his way to the king's chambers, only to discover that Jay wasn't there. He was directed to the queen's chambers, and it dawned on him that the situation was far worse than he had realized. Is he inside? Jaime asked Loras, who stood at the door with Sir Richard Horpe. I bloody well hope so, Loras replied, shaking his head. Jaime nodded, then knocked before entering the room. Jay stood at the window, looking down at the courtyard below. Jaime immediately noticed how his hands were clasped tightly behind his back. Even if he hadn't seen that, the stiffness in Jay's posture clearly revealed his mood. So, are you the designated one? The one who's come to tell me how wrong I am and why I can't do things the way I just did? To tell me that I'm acting just like my grandfather did? Jay's voice was sharp, cutting through the air. You're nothing like your grandfather, Jaime said, watching as Jay's hands unclasped, his posture relaxing slightly before he turned to face him. Jay turned to face him. Am I not? I've spoken to people who have long since passed and witnessed events that no one else alive has. I've learned things that frighten even me, and now I have to explain all of that to people who will think I'm mad. He walked to his seat and sat down, gesturing for Jaime to do the same. You shouldn't have left the way you did, Jay. You know this, you're not a fool, Jaime said as he took his own seat. Am I not? Jay replied with a small laugh. I doubt my wife would agree. She's upset, worried, and very angry. I don't know what you said to her, but I know what it was like while you were gone and while you were recovering. I hurt her, Jay said, almost in a whisper. You did. Now go and fix it. I don't know how. My mind can't see beyond what it needs to see, Jaime. I have things to do, places to go, a war to prepare for, and my mind can't look beyond that. And yet it must, Jaime said, reaching out to place his hand on Jay's shoulder. And yet it must, Jay echoed, a more genuine laugh escaping him. He got up from his seat and walked over to the table, pouring 2 glasses of water and bringing them back. After handing one to Jay, he took his seat and took a sip, watching as Jay emptied his glass. Jaime stood again, grabbed the jug, and refilled Jay's glass, earning a smile in return. You're not mad at me? Jay asked. I'm absolutely furious with you, Jaime replied, laughing as he noticed the worried look on Jay's face. But now is not the time to explain why or discuss that. I know I was wrong in how I left, but I had to go, Jaime. I had to go, Jay said, looking directly at him. I know, Jaime said with a nod. Once again, they sat in silence, both drinking their water, neither feeling the need to speak. Jaime sensed that Jay was preparing to share something important, and he waited patiently. Jay listened in stunned silence as he spoke. My father and mother asked me to thank you, Jaime. My mother, she said I was to tell you that you looked after her pup. She wanted you to know that you took a wolf pup and turned him into a dragon cub, and she was so grateful for it. It meant the world to her to know that her boy had someone like you in his life, Jay said, his voice trembling. He looked at Jaime, wiping away the tears that fell from his eyes. My father wanted me to tell you that it wasn't your fault, Jaime. He places no blame on you for Elia, or Egg, or Rhaenys. He knows you tried to save King's Landing, that you believed you had saved them all. He asked me to tell you there was no one else he could have entrusted his son to who could have done more for him or raised him better than you did. He said you were good and true, Jaime, and that I couldn't have had a better father than you. Jay. I know, me too, Jay replied as he rose and walked from the room into his bedchamber. Jaime broke down, letting the tears flow once Jay left him alone. He sat in silence for some time, allowing himself to compose himself before Jay returned. When Jay came back, Jaime looked up at him. Come, we have work to do, Lord Hand, Jay said, and Jaime nodded as he rose to his feet. What is it you wish to do? He asked. I believe there are some appointments to be made that I've put off for long enough, and I have a new cousin I wish to meet. Her Grace? Jaime inquired. She won't want to speak to me for some time, I fear, Jay admitted. Jaime shook his head. Perhaps you should go and resolve that first, Your Grace. Much as I wish to, I don't think it's a good idea. I'll speak to my wife later. Come on, we have a Kingsguard to appoint and an army to set up. As Your Grace commands, Jaime replied. Commands, he said, pleased with the chuckle he received in return. King's Landing, 298 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen. Walking and talking with Jaime had certainly lifted his spirits, and he needed that after the small council meeting. He had known that what he was about to tell them would make him sound like he had lost his mind. He had experienced it firsthand, and if it weren't for Renix sharing the same experience and the noticeable difference he felt within himself, he might have doubted his own sanity. Seeing just how angry Margaery was with him and realizing that they needed to discuss things, he had feared that conversation would unfold in that council room, with everyone watching. So, he tried to lay down the rules before speaking, only to discover that it was his own words, rather than their argument, that had caused the meeting to spiral out of control. When Jaime had arrived, Jay had expected to be reprimanded, perhaps even belittled. He would have accepted that from Jaime. Instead, he found himself able to share what his parents had asked him to convey, allowing them to set aside the other conversation for the time being. Jay was grateful for that opportunity, as well as for the chance to engage in activities that would distract him from where his mind wanted to wander. To that end, he had sent Tommen to ask Ser Rabar to meet him at White Sword Tower and had dispatched Loras to find Ser Barristan. "What do you think of Ser Rabar?" he asked Jaime as they walked along the path leading to the tower. "I think he's a good choice, Your Grace. Both Arthur and Barristan believe he's capable. Even though I know you care little for politics, it's advantageous in that regard as well. Do you think he's honorable?" Jay asked, and Jaime nodded in response. "I believe, like all the Royces, he has a sense of honor about him. Once he dons the white cloak, that honor will only grow," Jaime said. "What about Ser Richard?" Jay inquired, turning to the King's Guard. "I agree with Lord Jaime, Your Grace," Ser Richard Horp replied, and Jay nodded as they reached the door leading into the tower. They stepped inside the building, ready to continue their discussion. In the round room, Jay moved directly to the stand. He spent some time reading the White Book and was still engrossed in it when Loras, Barristan, and Ser Rabar arrived. Jay had been studying the names of knights who had served, like Corlys Velaryon, who fought for the Conqueror, and Ryam Redwine, who served the Conciliator and Viserys I. He examined the entries for the Dragon Knight, Duncan the Tall, and the White Bull. All were noble men, yet some names stood out for very different reasons. To Jay, Criston Cole was the most egregious. Turning away from the White Book, he looked at the men who stood with him, Ser Barristan the Bold, Loras, Ser Richard Horp, and Jaime. This made him think of Ser Arthur, Ser Jorah, and Ser Walder. He wondered on which side of history Ser Rabar would be remembered and how he would be viewed in the years to come. Jay could only hope it would be as fondly as he regarded the 6 men serving him now, including the one who served as his hand. "You know why you're here, Ser Rabar?" he asked, and the knight nodded. "Her Grace and Ser Barristan spoke to my father and me, Your Grace," Rabar replied. "And this is what you wish?" Jay inquired. "More than anything, Your Grace," Rabar said earnestly. "There has never been a king who owes more to the men who wear the white cloak than I do, Ser Rabar. From before I was born, they have protected me, some even gave their lives so I could live. Ser Gerald Hightower and Ser Oswell died while fulfilling their duty. Were it not for the King's Guard and the honor it instills in men, I wouldn't be here today. Ser Barristan, Ser Arthur, Ser Walder, Ser Jorah, Ser Richard, and Ser Loras, 6 good and true men. To be named among them is an honor I do not grant lightly," he said, looking directly at Rabar. "Of course not, Your Grace," Rabar replied. "Ser Barristan," Jay said, turning to the Bold, who now held the white cloak in his hand. Your Grace," Ser Barristan said, handing him the cloak and instructing Ser Rabar to kneel. "Kneel as a man alone, Ser Rabar, and rise as one of 7. I name you to the King's Guard. See that all you do makes you worthy of the cloak you wear and the men you serve with." "I will, Your Grace," Rabar replied. He exchanged a few more words with the newest member of the King's Guard before leaving him alone with Ser Barristan, while he, Ser Richard, Loras, and Jaime departed from White Sword Tower. Outside, Tommen was waiting for them, and Jay soon had him rushing off once more, this time to fetch Ser Jeremy and Ser Alliser. They made their way back into the Red Keep, heading toward the Queen's chambers. However, upon their arrival, they found that Margaery had taken up residence there. Instead, Jay moved on to the king's chambers and discovered that his belongings had been moved there during his brief absence. Frustration bubbled within him. He felt an urge to storm down to her rooms and confront her about everything that needed addressing. Yet, he knew he couldn't. The arrival of Ser Alliser and then Ser Jeremy a few moments later reinforced that now was not the time. "Please, take a seat, good sirs," Jay said. "Your Grace," Ser Alliser responded for both of them as they settled into their chairs. "Forgive me for not speaking to you sooner. I won't make excuses, other than to say I'm sorry it's taken so long," Jay admitted. "There is nothing to forgive, Your Grace," Ser Jeremy replied. "I wanted you and the other loyalists to stay and speak with me because I find myself in need of your services. There are many changes I feel need to be made, and one in particular requires your help to see it done." "Ask of us anything, Your Grace," Ser Alliser said. "I intend to form a standing army, Ser Alliser, an army loyal first and foremost to House Targaryen, one that can be deployed to protect or serve my house. I need good men to lead such an army, to organize it, train the soldiers, and prepare them. I need men who are loyal and true, like yourselves and the other loyalists," he said earnestly. "Your Grace, you honor us," Ser Jeremy replied with a respectful bow. "Men like you deserve that honor, Ser Jeremy." "Ser Alliser, will you accept your king's request?" "I will, Your Grace, gladly and humbly," Ser Alliser affirmed. "As will I, Your Grace," Ser Jeremy added. "I thank you both. Please speak to the rest of the loyalists on my behalf. Lord Jaime will ensure arrangements are made for a barracks, and Lord Willis will provide the funds to outfit and pay the men. I ask you and the other loyalists to handle the recruiting. Offer the men a fair wage and a chance to serve, and take anyone you deem fit and capable." "How many men in total, Your Grace?" Ser Alliser inquired. "As many as you can find, Ser. I will secure the coin for all of them. My family and house suffered when we relied on others, and though we now have dragons at our call, we will not suffer again for lack of men." "No, Your Grace, we won't," Ser Alliser responded with determination. "There will be a feast at week's end to bid farewell to those leaving King's Landing. I ask you all to attend," he said, smiling at the men. "Her Grace has already done so, Your Grace, but it will mean a lot to the men to know you wish it too," Ser Jeremy remarked. "Until then, good sirs," he said. "Until then, Your Grace," they both replied, offering a short bow. Once they left, he felt a sense of accomplishment, despite how the earlier meeting had gone. Jay pondered his next steps before rising from his seat and walking out of the room. With Loras and Ser Richard trailing behind, he made his way down the corridor. He nearly stopped when he spotted Ser Walder and Ser Arthur outside the Queen's chambers, tempted to walk inside. Instead, he continued past them. Soon enough, Jay found himself standing outside a very different door. He nodded to the guard who knocked, then waited for a response. "Uncle," he said as Ned opened the door. "Your Grace," Ned replied. In King's Landing, 298 AC, Dany received news from Ser Richard Lonmouth that not only had the Ironborn been defeated, but Owain had emerged unscathed and was now heading back. This news brought her immense relief. To her surprise, she realized she felt this news far more keenly than Jay's return. She tried to convince herself it was because she knew her nephew was in no real danger, but deep down, she understood that wasn't the full truth. It stemmed from her growing feelings for Owain and how the mere thought of something happening to him caused her anxiety. As she soared above Blackwater Bay, thoughts of her nephew occupied her mind. Dany had quickly adjusted to the saddle she now rode, which completely transformed her experience in the air. Not only was it more comfortable, allowing her to fly longer, but it also provided greater security, enabling her to do more while airborne. Elegon appreciated this just as much as she did, and she could see that Aemon and Shirera felt the same way. The only thing she wished for was that Jay and Tyrion were flying alongside them. Eventually, even with the comfort of the saddle, she felt the urge to land. She signaled to the others and headed toward the dragon pit. After landing and exchanging well wishes with Elegon, Dany waited for Aemon and Shirera to join her. A smile spread across her face when she noticed Grey Worm, Sandor, Belwas, and the others approaching. Missandei rushed toward her, looking as if she carried important news, and for a moment, Dany worried that Ser Richard had delivered a false report. However, the expression on Missandei's face revealed no concern, and Dany relaxed as she accepted the note the girl handed her. "From His Grace," Missandei said, as Aemon and Shirera joined them. Shirera walked alongside Dany as she opened the note, reading its contents before passing it to Aemon. Once he had finished, he handed it to Shirera. Soon, all three of them were mounting their horses, ready to ride back to the Red Keep for the meeting their nephew had requested. Dany appreciated that they weren't using carriages. She welcomed the waves and smiles from the people they passed. Aemon had told her it was always this way. Despite what the usurper wanted the realm to believe, their house was loved, even if her father and, at times, other members had not been. Her mother had been as Ser Bonifer had described, and her brother had often been praised by Ser Arthur, Ser Barristan, and others. Jay was as noble as his queen, and so were Aemon, Shirera, and Tyrion. "What do you think he wishes to speak to us about?" Dany asked Shirera as they rode. "I don't know, Dany. But if Tyrion is right, then the only place the saddles could have come from is Valyria," Shirera replied. "He's correct. If it were only the saddles, it might not be true, but the other items our nephew brought back were from Valyria as well," Aemon added. They continued discussing the matter as they approached the Red Keep, and Dany was eager to discover if it was indeed true. The thought that Jay had been to Valyria and returned made her wonder what it would be like to see it for herself. Upon entering the courtyard, they dismounted and spotted Ser Loras and Jay's squire waiting for them. They would be taken to Jay right away. Dany would have preferred to go to her room to change, perhaps have a bath and something to eat before the meeting, but she followed Loras and Tommen to the king's chambers where Jay awaited them alone. Dany sighed, realizing then that the rumors of the king and queen fighting were true. "Aunt," Jay said, kissing her cheek. "Nephew," she replied as he moved to greet Aemon and Shirera. "Is Tyrion not joining us?" Aemon asked. "He'll be here shortly. I've arranged for some food," Jay said. Dany smiled, feeling a small rumble in her belly as she walked into the dining room and saw the plates already laid out. They had just begun eating when Tyrion arrived. Jay looked pleased to see him, but Dany couldn't catch their conversation. Throughout the meal, they discussed everything except the topic that weighed on her mind. Jay shared that he had met his new cousin and started the process of creating a standing army loyal to their house. He glanced her way and added that she would need to do the same. "Why?" she asked, taking a bite of her peach pie. "Our house almost fell, Dany. We relied on others, and it nearly cost us everything. The 5 of us in this room are all that remains of House Targaryen because we thought our name alone would protect us from those who would seek our end. I won't make that mistake again. While we may have dragons and perhaps are closer to the rest of the realm than ever, our house must survive, no matter the cost. I see that more clearly now." "What do you mean, nephew?" "Why more clearly now?" Aemon asked. "Let's finish our meal first," Jay replied. Once they were done, he invited them to join him in the other room. Dany took a seat beside Shirera, while Tyrion and Aemon settled closer to the fire. Jay stood for a moment longer before taking his own seat. "I had no intention of going to Valyria. I aimed to venture beyond the wall, to find Bloodraven and deal with him," he said. "Alone?" Tyrion asked, his annoyance evident. "I thought it had to be that way, uncle. But you know now that it doesn't?" Shirera asked. "I feel that it's not the only way, and I'm sure now that the reason." I felt I needed to go alone because of Renix. She wanted to take you to Valyria? Tyrion asked, intrigued. She did. Just like when she and Ligeron went to retrieve our saddles, Jay replied, and Tyrion nodded in understanding. But this time it wasn't just about saddles, was it? Eamon interjected. Jay shook his head. The saddles and the items I brought back were helpful, but they weren't the reason I needed to go. He glanced at them all. You may think me mad, but I ask that you wait and hear everything before you speak. He noticed Tyrion nodding, followed by Eamon and Dany, who all agreed. Sherera voiced her support as well. Once they were all in agreement, Jay began to share the most incredible tale they had ever heard. The world is divided into two sides, two opposing forces. Call them what you will, night and day, fire and ice, good and evil, life and death. It matters little, what's important is that one side seeks to annihilate the other. It wishes to impose its will on the world, and the other side has no choice but to resist, for if it prevails, we are all doomed. In every conflict, those who engage in the fight arm themselves, but in this battle, it's not armor or weapons, nor skills or training that will determine the victor. It's magic that will decide who stands triumphant at the end. The Night King and you're both warriors of magic? Eamon asked, his curiosity piqued. In a way, yes, but there's more you need to understand. Magic is a resource, uncle, just like gold or iron, wood or gems. Just as the Westerlands holds more gold than any other region, and the North is home to the finest trees, the world has places where magic flourishes. For the Night King, that place is called the Lands of Always Winter. For me, it's the Lands Eternal, one is far beyond the wall, and the other is Valyria, Dany interjected, and Jay nodded. Exactly, Valyria. Now, think back to what I said about gold for a moment. Who is the richest house in Westeros? Lannister, Tyrion said. Why? Jay asked. Because they control the gold, Tyrion replied, and Dany watched as Jay nodded again. They do. Now, what would happen if Lord Jaime decided to keep all that gold for himself? What if he refused to share it with others? He'd be rich while everyone around him, those who rely on him, would be left with nothing, wouldn't they? Jaime would never, Tyrion insisted. I know. But for the moment, let's imagine he would. If he only spent that gold on himself, the rest of the Westerlands would wither and die, wouldn't they? Meanwhile, Jaime would grow richer and richer. What does this have to do with magic, Jay? Dany asked. In Valyria, magic was shared among the 40 families. Each possessed some, but no one possessed it all. It's not the same in the Land of Always Winter. There, one seeks to control it all, so only one wields the power. The Night King, Eamon said. So, you are to do the same? Sherera asked. I was born to do the same, destined, prophesied, planned. In some ways, I was a contingency, in others, I was inevitable. Our house was chosen, and whether it was by the gods themselves or not, I can't be certain, though they played their part. Daenerys was given the visions, and events were set in motion because they knew that once he got strong enough, they knew what he would do, Jay explained, and Dany felt a shiver run down her spine at his words. What did he do? She asked. The same thing he'll do if he's not stopped, he'll bring doom upon us all, Jay said. She watched him as he walked from the room, then turned to the others, all of them wearing what she assumed was the same expression of concern she felt. When Jay returned, he was carrying glass candles, and she wondered what he was about to show them. He placed them down on the table, then walked out of the room once more, returning a few moments later with a. Jay held up a handkerchief stained with blood. We have to wait for the others to arrive, he said. What are we about to see? Sherera asked. The future, Jay replied. It didn't take long for Oberyn, Margaery, Jaime, Ser Arthur, and Ser Barristan to arrive. Dany noticed the tense exchange between Jay and Margaery. "I've just told my family the same thing I shared with all of you today. While I know you might not believe me, I promised I would show you something later to prove my words true. In Valyria, I witnessed things that we've only read about, things most of us consider myths. I saw stone being sung, magic used to forge Valyrian steel, and I witnessed horrors I wish I could unsee. I met my family and spoke with them. I felt my mother's touch, was embraced by my father, and spent time with my brother. I learned of events centuries in the making. The doom was an attempt to extinguish Valyrian magic, to eradicate every last member of the 40 families and seize their power for himself. It was like Robert's rebellion. It nearly ended our line, almost brought about our downfall. Had it succeeded, Valyria wouldn't have been where it stopped." As he spoke, Jay took the handkerchief and placed it on the glass candle. He lifted it, thrusting his hand into the fire. The handkerchief ignited, flames dancing around it as he pulled his hand back and set the glass candle down on the table. "Look to the future," Jay instructed. Dany and the others leaned in closer as the other candle flickered to life. In King's Landing, 298 AC, Margaery had arranged for her and Jay's belongings to be moved, but then she hesitated. The meeting with the small council changed her mind once more. After it concluded, she second-guessed her decision and almost went to his room to speak with him, but ultimately, she decided against it again. He needed to come to her, but he didn't, which infuriated her. When he finally sent for her, she almost refused to go. The only reason she agreed was because he promised to prove to everyone that what he said was true. When she arrived, Margaery was surprised to find that there were not more people present. She had expected the entire small council, but there were less than half in attendance. Yet, those who were there were the ones Jay was closest to, and perhaps that should have been a sign. She stood and listened as he spoke further about the things he had mentioned in the meeting. Margaery noticed that few, if any, in the room believed his words. It wasn't that she doubted he had seen such things, rather, she felt he was misinterpreting them in some way. He seemed to be assigning meaning to events that lacked it and searching for answers to questions that didn't exist. If it hadn't happened so quickly, she would have grabbed him when he placed his hand in the fire. Instead, she watched in disbelief as flames danced around his hand. She had seen him near fire before, but as she looked at the handkerchief burning, it seemed as though his entire hand was ablaze. When he set the glass candle down and she saw that his hand was unburned, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then, as the other glass candle illuminated, Jay moved away. "Look to the future," he said. Like the others, Margaery turned her gaze to the glass candle. Before her, rivers of red, flaming rock flowed down the sides of a road paved in what looked like dark glass. Shattered towers stretched higher than the high tower, and broken buildings even larger than the red keep lined either side of the road. The place was deserted, abandoned, and it seemed no one had lived there for more years than she could count. Were it not for the lone figure walking down the road, she would have sworn there was no living thing here and that there hadn't been for ages. Looking closer at the figure, she recognized the dark hair, the gray eyes, and the black armor. Jay wore the conqueror's crown on his head and held Dark Sister firmly in his hand. Above him, Rhaenys soared through the sky. As she watched, Jay bent down to one knee. Though no sound reached her ears, she could see his lips moving, and the expression on his face reminded her of the way he looked when he sang. Around him, the rivers began to cease their flow. As she observed, the shattered towers seemed to mend themselves. Where there had once been flaming rocks, lush plants, and trees sprang to life. By the time Jay stood up again, he was walking down a vastly different road. If it weren't for the absence of people, she might have believed he was in a thriving city. Then, the image shifted to reveal her husband's smiling face. Perhaps that smile was inspired by the figures in the distance, though their faces remained indistinct. Just as suddenly as they had appeared, the images vanished. Margaery noticed that both Dany and Oberyn had tears in their eyes, while Jaime, Arthur, and Barristan looked at Jay with expressions of awe. Her husband was looking her way, and she had never seen such a look on his face before. I don't understand. How is that the future? How is that possible? Tyrion asked, bewildered. Just as he can use magic to destroy, I can use it to create, Jay replied. Valyria can be reborn, and they can live again. They will live again. Though Margaery longed to speak with him, she sensed that Dany and Oberyn needed to talk to him even more. She headed back to her room, half expecting him to join her later, only to find herself going to bed alone once more. They needed to clear the air, but it seemed that wasn't meant to be just yet. As she lay in bed, she hoped that their conversation would come soon. In King's Landing, 298 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen waited, dressed all in black, for the knock on the door. Outside stood Walder and Arthur, and Jay almost. Jay chuckled as he saw them dressed in clothing instead of their usual armor and white cloaks. They made their way through the keep and down the stairs, finding their horses already saddled and waiting for them. The ride through the streets felt different this time. They were almost empty, and he and the Kingsguard were practically unrecognizable, except for Walder, who was as large as ever. Few people noticed them as they approached the city gates, where the men of the 100 let them pass through without a second glance. It took nearly an hour to ride to the Kingswood. Jay smiled when he spotted the cart and the man in the hood sitting inside. Climbing down from Winter, he walked over to Loras and Jors, who were dressed just like him and the others. Nodding to Jors, he watched as the man was dragged down, his protests muffled by both the hood and the gag he wore. Jay reached up and ripped the hood from his head, then removed the gag from his mouth. Your Grace, I don't understand, Littlefinger said, panic creeping into his voice. Really? You surprise me, my lord. I thought you were a smarter man than that, Jay replied, looking directly at him. But we had a deal. I did as you asked. You did, which is why I won't kill you and why I'm here to set you free. But I... You what, Lord Baelish? Expected it to be public? Assumed I'd put you on a ship and send you on your merry way? I had hoped. Well, that was a forlorn hope, Lord Baelish. Go, you are free to leave. But I'd advise you to head that way, he said, pointing toward the Kingswood. I have men on all the roads. Should you be found wandering around, some might think you've escaped. It's a long way back to King's Landing, and they may not want to drag you all the way back, especially when your head alone will suffice. Your Grace, you promised me considerations, Littlefinger said, his voice tinged with desperation. I did, and these are they. There is a ship awaiting you at Massey's Hook, Lord Baelish, if. Follow that path, and it will lead you right to it, Jay instructed. Stay on the path, and you should reach it by mid-morning. There's not a single one of my men between here and there. The ship will take you anywhere you wish to go, but once you step foot on it, you won't be welcome back in Westeros. If you show up anywhere, I'll know. And let's just say, I won't be forgiving. As he spoke, Loras handed Littlefinger a sack containing food and water. Littlefinger started to say, but thought better of it and quickly moved away along the path. Oh, one more thing, Lord Baelish, Jay called as Littlefinger paused and looked back. Your Grace? I've heard tales of wolves in these parts. If it's true and you encounter any, well, I'd run if I were you. Jay's voice was steady as howls echoed through the air. Please, Your Grace, Littlefinger pleaded, moving closer. I said run, Lord Baelish. Run for your life. Jay stepped forward, urgency in his tone. Littlefinger wasted no time, he took off down the path. Once he was out of sight, Jay climbed onto the cart and closed his eyes, anticipating what was to come. Ghost awaited him just ahead on the path. With the wolf's superior senses, he caught Littlefinger's scent and began to chase after him, driven forward by the sight of the fleeing man. But it wasn't just Ghost Littlefinger needed to worry about. The howls grew louder, signaling that the rest of the pack was close by, and they had already picked up on Littlefinger's scent. As wolf and man drew closer, Jay shut himself off from everything around him. He welcomed the feeling of the pack as they ran together, almost entirely united, even though summer was a long way off. Still, Jay knew the wolf would sense what his brothers and sisters felt. He embraced their instincts, aware that it was his mother and father who would take his place in what was to come. The two-legged man moved slowly, his breath heavy, even though he hadn't gone far. This hunt was just beginning. He was a true threat, not one worthy of the pack, yet he felt them closing in. His swift brother and fierce sister, his wild sister and wise mother. Even his strong father was present today, along with their poised brother. But just like him, the poised brother would not take part. They were both there simply to guide the 2-foot to those he had harmed most. Ghost understood how his own 2-foot felt about the one they hunted. He knew that in another time and place, he too would be hunting and would take part in bringing down their prey. This 2-foot they chased had tried to take his own 2-foot away from him. He had tried to harm him, to kill him. Ghost felt and shared in his 2-foot's anger and rage. They had argued and clashed recently over various matters, but in the end, Ghost accepted his 2-foot's wishes, just as he always did. The 2-foot they pursued would suffer, and he didn't need to play a part in that. The pack would ensure that 2-foot faced the consequences. The wild sister was the first to strike, and her scream echoed through the night as she sank her teeth into his leg. The fierce sister targeted an arm. The wise mother and strong father went for a leg and an arm as well. Soon, the scent of blood filled the air, strong enough that he and the poised brother could almost taste it. But there was another scent in the air, and he didn't care for it. He saw his swift brother move, heard the sound of teeth sinking into the man's stomach. The smell of blood grew even stronger, yet the 2-foot still breathed. Ghost watched as 5 descended upon him in unison, and the screams grew louder as they began to tear the 2-foot apart. The pack would not feast on such rotten meat. When they were done and the remains lay scattered around them, they left it for those far beneath them. Howls echoed through the woods, and Ghost felt his 2-foot leave. His own hunt was about to begin, alongside the pack. They longed to satisfy their hunger with far more delicious food.